Are we broadcasting?
We are now.
Okay, roll call, please, Judy.
All right. Mr. Lakowick.
Present, I think.
Ms. Cavanis.
Here.
Mr. Haschak.
Here.
Ms. Harris.
Here.
Mr. Swope.
Here.
Ms. Cubison.
Here.
And Mr. Land.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask Trustee Haschak to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Mendocino County Board of Retirement meeting for June 16th, 2026 is called to order at 8:33. Is there any public comment at this time?
On items not on the agenda?
On items not on the agenda, thank you.
There is no other public comment?
Okay, that'll bring us to item 1, the consent agenda. All matters on the consent agenda are to be approved by one action without discussion unless a board member requests separate action on a specific item. Are there any requests? Any discussions? The consent agenda is adopted by unanimous consent. That brings us to item number 2, the actuary experience study. I have Dan Siblick and Dirk Adamson.
Yes, Dan and Dirk are from Siegel, and they've been our actuary for a large number of years. I think since 2011, they are actually presenting their last study to us.
Good morning. Hopefully you can hear me. Everyone, if they haven't met Dirk Adamson, I brought him along to help me do the experience study here. This is a slightly bittersweet moment as it's our last endeavor we'll be doing with the board here. We understand how the business world works. So we're going to be giving you our recommendations for the assumption changes for the pension plan with the understanding that if we were the continuing actuary, we'd be completely comfortable with all of these recommendations. And I think that's probably understood and probably clear. The recommendations can be, they're the board's assumptions. So our recommendations, the board could adopt all of our recommendations, none of them, some of them. We see boards break things into different pieces and they want to adopt this, they don't want to adopt this. But these are our recommendations, but the actual assumptions belong to the board. A little bit different in the multi-employer world, why it worked for a number of years, where actually it's the actuary's assumption. So in that universe, it's a little bit different because it's actually the actuary's assumption. So just a little bit of groundwork before we get into it. We have a very robust experience study report that we have, and we're just going to go through certain pages. We're going to keep it at a high level, but we can dial down and drill in on anything more specifically. We're going to go through a summary, really quickly go over some of the costs, the changes, and then go through demographic assumption changes and then economic assumption changes, and can ask questions during, at the end, however you want to do it. So if you go to pages 5 through 7, we've laid this out that you could look through the different assumptions, and they're usually in bold on the left, inflation, cost of living adjustments, things like that. And then the recommendation is on the right. The recommendation we typically highlight in like a lavender color, I guess we call that, when it's changing. So the highlights on this page are that the investment return assumption, the recommendation is to lower it from 6.5 to 6.25 per annum. We have some merit and promotion salary increases, and we'll go over those. And we have separated them between legacy and PEPRA members. And then we have a payroll growth assumption we're going to leave alone, and we'll talk a little bit about that. If we switch to page 6 is all about mortality. No real story here other than I think you'll see basically all public sector pension plans will be updating from Pub 2010 mortality to Pub 2016. It's the updated SOA tables done by RPEC, the work they've done, which just moves things forward in time for public sector mortality based on being a teacher, general, public safety, and they still have above median and below median because they've found that the amount of money people make and the benefits they get have a lot to do with their mortality and their longevity. So this is just an update to move to the new tables, which were released, I believe it was 2025. And those tables They call it Pub 2016 because that's kind of a median year. It goes from 2013 to 2019 and takes the experience that they have there. Pretty robust public sector experience. So that's all. This table is really about, a little bit at the bottom about disability incidence rates. But those are pretty minor, and pension plan costs. And on the last page, we show some details on termination rates, adjusting those slightly lower for general, slightly higher for safety and probation, retirement rates, making some adjustments there as well, and then some other miscellaneous assumptions. We see deferred vested members being covered at a different percentage for reciprocal systems. So when you are setting retirement plan assumptions, the two big ones are the investment return assumption and post-retirement mortality. Those are probably the two biggest ones. Post-retirement mortality is saying we're going to pay people a benefit. How long they live has a lot to do with the cost. If you've been on this board a while, if you work with these plans for a while, back when actuaries introduced generational mortality, that expanded the cost of pension plans because we said, okay, now people, the person being born this year is going to live longer than the person being born last year. And as that was introduced, it was a big cost. Now the adjustments should be very small. So how long someone is paid is a big cost driver, and how much money you need to put in now to pay for that is the other driver, and that's what the investment return assumption is doing. So that's, if you want to come to this report later, that's 3 pages to give a nutshell summary of what we've changed and what we haven't changed as well. If you go to page 8, we're going to go through this really quickly. At the top of it, yeah, that, exactly. So if you wanted to come see the costs and the changes that we are recommending, and if you went with those, it would show the impact on the average employer contribution rates, and we've broken that out by the investment return assumption, the salary scale changes, and other changes in demographic assumptions. So we see they all net out to a little over 3%, but that most of that is tied to the change in investment return assumption. On the right-hand side, we have the impact on the weighted average member contribution rates as well. And then if you go to the second table, you could do the same exercise, but look at the impact on the UAAL and the impact on the funded percentage. And it's about 2.2% for the investment return assumption, and the other two items are netting each other out, so we end at 2.2%.
And that drop in the assumed rate is if these assumptions had applied to the 2025 valuation. That was
Right.
just an estimate of what would have shown as our funded ratio at that point in time with the new assumptions.
We use that as a proxy on the last val that we have. Yeah, exactly, and it says that at the top. I should have pointed that out, thank you. Yeah, we take the last val and just say, okay, if we did implement all these changes, recommended changes on that valuation, it would change these amounts. And this is pretty standard for other plans we've seen that have like a 25 basis point investment return drop. We see very similar numbers, like a 3% contribution change and about a 2% funded percentage change. So that's the summary of what we're changing, how it would affect the costs. I'm going to let my colleague Dirk go into some of the detail on the different actual assumptions. Like I said, we're going to keep it high level and kind of let you pause and say you want to drill down on something, whether it's salaries, whether it's termination, whatever. But Dirk will go through some of those, and I'll pass it over to him.
Thank you. If I can have you turn to page 31, please. We'll mostly be looking at charts, but there's a bit of explanatory text we'd like to take you through on this page first. So the first assumption is mortality, post-retirement mortality for healthy members. As Dan mentioned, we have a set of updated tables, so we're recommending moving from the PUB 2010 family mortality tables to PUB 2016, adjusted for MSERA experience to some degree. In addition, we apply a generational projection scale, scale MP21, 2021. That's the latest scale that has been developed, partially because of COVID. They didn't want to take into account COVID deaths, so that scale has not changed from what you're currently using. And the way that works is there's supposed to be improvement each year on mortality. So someone who's age 70 this year would be expected to live so long. Next year, an age 70 person would be expected to live a little bit longer, and so on. So it's generational mortality improvement. So as I mentioned, we'll be going through basically looking at charts. So if I can have you turn to page 38, please. So on the top and bottom, top is general members, on the bottom is safety and probation members combined. We're still in the healthy mortality section. The middle bar, the light blue, what you'll see on all these charts is the actual numbers. The left side, the darker blue, is what your current assumptions are showing, and in the purple is what the recommended assumptions are showing. For mortality, that common practice now is to use, rather than a head count basis, to use a benefit weighted basis, because that's a better predictor of mortality. The more benefits you get, the better health care you can buy, et cetera. So if you look at the far right-hand column up on the top, we're actually recommending, it's actually a slight increase, and the way that this works is you need about 1,000 deaths, a little over 1,000 deaths to achieve full, what's called credibility. MSERA, being a smaller employer, doesn't have that many deaths in the 3-year experience study period, so we're using a 14-year experience study period to try to get closer to the 1,000 deaths, and 1,000 deaths would say that you're 90% confident that your expected deaths would be within 5% of your actual deaths. We don't have that many, so we're doing the best that we can with the data that we have. So we're actually...
But we start with the public table.
Yeah, you start with the public table, and then you adjust it. You know, you might hit it with a factor of a 5% decrease in rates, a 5% increase in rates, whatever. Adjust it, reflecting MSERA's actual experience.
To Dirk's point about the 1,000 deaths, sorry to interrupt you, Dirk.
Go ahead.
There are some systems that have such robust data, they develop entities do that. So they have their own mortality table. Instead of using Pub 2016 and adjusting it, they just create their own mortality table. I'd say that's more rare, that most plans would use Pub 2016 and then make an adjustment.
For the sake of statistic, the analysis, couldn't you lump us in with other adjacent districts? Would it be possible to put us into a bigger pool?
Or to do credibility?
Yeah.
Well, but then at the end, we're doing evaluation just for MSERA.
Right.
So then we'd be kind of putting you in a pool and then trying to pull everything back out. So that it's a little bit cleaner to keep you just in your kind of separate lane or whatever, if you would.
Okay.
So you're talking about a 13-year window. That meant going back in our data for, 14 years.
On this particular chart here at the top, help me make this clearer in my mind. On the total expected, so the right-hand side, total expected $6.49 million, and we had an actual experience of 6.61. So we expected fewer deaths than we experienced. Is that
The experience is in the middle, so
right?
you had...
Male and female were different. One went one way, one went the other.
But the total, in
So the
total,
total-
Oh, yeah.
Based on your current assumptions, you had more benefit. You had the benefits associated with the folks that died were higher than you would have expected.
and now I can see on the right-hand side that
It's
that
actually
is
increasing a
higher.
little bit, and in very simplified terms, the way this works is, again, you don't have enough deaths to be fully credible. So just say you're 30% credible. So you'd be taking 30% of your what's called the actual to expected ratio based on MSERA data. And then for the rest of the population, you're using the standard table. So for the other 70%, you're using the standard table. So kind of like 30% MSERA data, because that's all the credibility you have, and 70% of the standard table. And when you blend those together, in this particular case for general members, it's actually raising your expected dollars that will be associated with the benefits for folks that
come off the rolls due to
Correct.
mortality.
correct.
And we see the opposite in the chart below, in the total column,
For the safety.
right?
Yes, correct.
We're kind of going the other way
You're
there.
kind of going the other way.
It's
And
broken up.
typically you would expect, the general philosophy we use is to kind of go midway between your current assumption and your actual experience. Doesn't always work out that way, and in this particular case, it doesn't for the general members. But again, based on the credibility adjusted numbers, you will be close to what your actual deaths if you continue this pattern of deaths.
And it's a pretty mechanical procedure. Like we're putting in the numbers, making a credibility adjustment, not really doing anything. Whereas like salary, we got to look at things and say, okay, like we see this big change, we have to make some sort of increase. But this one's a little much more mechanical than something like that, or even the investment return assumption can be as well.
How do you calculate percent credibility?
It's a very convoluted formula with the sum of expected of squared weighted deaths, benefit weighted deaths and such. Takes into account what you need for full credibility, so.
Is it the society that gives us the instructions?
Yeah,
for that? I
it's
think
a
the
very-
Society of
it's a
Actuaries
very-
gives us, there's instructions for doing it.
Sounds almost like a least squares fit.
Yeah, it's kind of in that.
If I could
realm.
remember what that is from my math days, I might agree, yeah.
So if there's no more questions, we can move to page 42, please.
And all these bar charts that you're going to see, if you were to go a couple, a page or two in front of that later, or whenever, you'd see more detailed, like line charts that show you some things. We're trying to keep it high level here, but use this whole document as a reference for digging in deeper on any of these topics we're covering.
So this is the same concept. The last chart we did were for folks who had went out on a service retirement and then died after retirement. These are folks that went out on a disability retirement and then died post-retirement. And if we look again at the far right-hand side, again, on the general members, we're not quite getting halfway in between the blue lines again because there's far less disability retirements and service retirements, so we have far less credibility, so we have to rely more on the standardized table. It works out again on the safety table where it is kind of in between the current and the actual, but again, with the standardized tables, it's not going to work out every time, but
I have another question. It's curious to me, the top middle chart. We've got higher experience of disability benefit weighted deaths, and yet the recommendation's going down.
question I had.
The middle chart is for females, but on the male side, we had fewer deaths, which I think on the
Yep.
the projection, it takes into account the fact that on males, the experience was different than females. But I could be wrong about that.
But the middle chart shows a recommendation of females going down.
Again, that's based on the credibility separately for males versus females and the rates that are in the standard.
The tables are changing, the
table.
underlying tables are also changing as we
There's
go
a-
from dark blue to purple. That's from Pub 2010 to Pub 2016. So there's movement
So
in
it
just the
shows
tables.
some mortality improvements.
Right. I know. There's two things baked in. There's us identifying what happened in the teal or light blue, it looks teal on my thing, and then as we move and make a change, we also are introducing the Pub 2016 tables, which bring in their own shift from Pub 2010 as well.
Okay, gotcha.
And again, the bottom is the safety and probation combined. If there's no further questions, we can move to page 47, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Robert, your question would be much clearer if we weren't also like if 3 years ago it was Pub 2010 staying to Pub 2010, then I think that would look different. It's the shift to the new tables that's also baked in that change. So
Gotcha. Yeah.
3 years ago, that would have been probably not showing up that way.
Thank you.
So now we're moving off of mortality, and this is for folks expected to become disabled from active employment. This is combined, again, top is general members and bottom is safety and probation members. This is combined disability, service connected and non-service connected. And so we're anticipating slightly fewer disabilities under both general and safety under the new recommended assumptions. As I mentioned, there's an assumption on what percentage of the disabilities will be service-connected and what will be non-service connected. We're recommending a slight increase on the service-connected disabilities from 60% to 65%, again, based on the data, which is on the previous page. We don't need to go back to that, but it's on the previous page for the data points. And for non-service connected, it would be 100% minus that, so it would be 40% going down to 35% for non-service connected disabilities for the general members. For the safety members, they're highly concentrated in service-connected disabilities, 95%. We're recommending no change in that assumption. Again, the overall message is that we're expecting less disabilities in the future. If I can go to page 53, please. Thank you. So these are the number of folks that are expected to terminate from active service. This is combined members that will either receive a refund of their contributions or will leave their money in the system and eventually get a deferred retirement annuity. It's, again, a combination of two events, and there's an assumption on what percent we expect to receive a refund and what percent we expect to eventually get a deferred annuity. And it varies based on what your service is. For those with less than 5 years of service, they're heavily weighted towards getting a refund, and then as you become vested, then there's a little more chance you'll be receiving a deferred vested benefits. Again, the numbers are on the previous page, which we don't need to go to, but
But the top chart and the bottom chart, they kind of show what, to Robert's point before, if you don't have like a mortality table changing underneath, you kind of see that you were higher, the thing came in lower, you adjusted part way. So hopefully this unfolds more as you would expect, what the behavior is and what the adjustment is afterwards.
And right,
You were the bottom, I think.
at the bottom, yeah. So again, we're anticipating less terminations overall with the recommended assumptions. And then lastly, if I can have you turn to page 62. Thank you. So now we're in members expected to leave active service for retirement. We've got 2 pages here back to back. 62 is for general members. 63 would be for safety members at the top and probation members at the bottom. On 62, we've got legacy members for general in tiers 1, 2, and 3. And at the bottom is PEPR members, which we have far less experience since they've only been around 13 years or so. And it took a while before members started retiring out of those tiers. Again, in both cases for PEPR, or legacy at the top, PEPR at the bottom, we're anticipating less retirements. And again, the purple boxes are going somewhere in between the current assumptions and the actual experience for the general members.
With the PEPR tiers, wouldn't there be those would be going up since there's going to be more people who have been in those for a longer period of time?
They might be going out for other causes. The current assumptions anticipated so many retirements, and what we're seeing based on the data, this is using 6 years of data for service retirements. We're not seeing as many service retirements as expected under the old assumptions, so we're lowering the rates. We're still going to be getting more anticipated than we're currently getting, but less than we're currently assuming.
Okay. Yeah, I see it's in the middle there. I would expect it to rise though, but okay.
It's going to rise based on what the number that you're using, but again, our previous estimate
from 40
based
to
on
54.
very limited data was too high.
When we look on the charts on the left for 2019-22, why isn't the expected the same as the actual?
The expected was based on the previous 3-year period, or even previous 6-year period. So 3 years ago, we did a similar study, and it was based on data up to 22.
Oh,
So
And
that
now,
was,
and now we're including more data in that period, including 3 more years to get us to 6 years on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Is it fair to question, are we having actuarial gains or losses relative for something like this in the PEPRA tier here?
You're never gonna hit exactly the number of,
Sure.
retirements that you expect. So there's always gonna be gain and loss. So hopefully by changing the assumptions each 3 years, you're hopefully narrowing those gains and losses to the best of our ability based on the data that we have available. That's all we can do is look at the data that we have available.
And I'm not questioning that. I'm just looking at the bottom of chart, bottom right of the lower chart. And I'm thinking, well, we've got 60 expected to retire. We experience less retirements. I think that's a good thing in some cases, but I know there's a flip side of that coin. If people aren't retiring, maybe they're working longer, maybe they're going to another system. There's other, actuarial losses related to reciprocity. So that's basically what I'm not questioning
Sure.
lowering it. I'm just thinking high level, is it better or worse for the system to be overestimating in this particular tier, quote unquote, overestimating,
So you're saying, like, in other words, could we drop right down that our number is 40 and say?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the actuarial experience over this time frame for this particular tier, we've had fewer retirements than we expected. That seems like an actuarial gain. Is
It
that
is.
fair to think
Oh, it
about
totally
that
is.
like
Yeah,
that?
it totally is.
So, I find it interesting, and I have some questions about maybe how any of this was thought about, but I find it very interesting that the actual number of retirees is less, especially given the county's efforts to encourage early retirement and, pay incentive for people to retire early over the last 2.5, 3 years, I think it was. So I find that very interesting, that even without that additional, incentive, I would have expected the number to be higher. And so it kind of concerns me a little bit that these numbers, I think, should have been influenced unless you accounted for that somehow.
So
we're on the PEPRA tier versus,
But in both categories,
Yes.
we incentivized people to retire early and paid them extra money to do so.
the incentive was relatively narrow. It wasn't an offer to any person who could retire. The first year or two, your department had to specifically identify your position title as one that could go. And the dollar value was, in some cases, I think, not necessarily enough. I personally think on the PEPRA side, we have a tendency to hire people coming in at a higher age. In some regards, so I think they're staying to accrue some benefit because they might have started in their mid to late 50s and they're not going to be retiring at 57. They want to stay longer and get that additional years of service for their benefit. But that's hypothetical. That's the way I think about it based on some of the data I see as far as age of entry. But the incentive, the voluntary separation payment thing, was relatively narrowly defined and didn't apply to just absolutely everybody who was eligible. I think if it had been broadly available, you might have seen what you expected.
Well, I personally know of people who retired early, who did expedite their planned departure. And so I think that I'm saying, I don't think the incentive incentivized anybody to not retire early. So I think there would be some impact from the fact that the county was offering people money. And so some of them, I do know, at least expedited by 2 or 3 years. So it just seems, just something to keep in mind, that even that the actual experience is lower, even given the fact that there was a incentive. And some people did move up their retirement. So I'm just saying, I don't know if that's information that Siegel is aware of and took any thought to when we're looking at the numbers.
That information is provided when we
Okay.
submit everything for them to do the original valuation. So, but I believe that's also rolled into the experience study as part of, because the 2025 valuation is included in that, correct?
Yes, data up to June 30, 2025 is included.
The way we typically look at assumptions that have been set in place for a while, at least at the actual firms I worked at, is the current assumption is kind of like an anchor, and then we see new things that have happened that might pull us away from there, but we don't tend to like just data map and go down like, okay, we see 27 retirements and we go down to 27. So we put validity in the current assumption as being working for a while, but something has happened in recent years, lower retirements, so we've pulled everything down, but we're hesitant to just, like I said, data map and go all the way down to it, if that helps.
There's a question from trustee Haschak, I believe.
Well, I think that with the actual number of retirees, I think Robert was questioning, like, if I understood this correctly, is, with people maybe moving on to Sonoma County or something, we have that liability and they haven't retired. But would that be reflected in a chart like this?
If they haven't retired, they wouldn't be on this chart, they would be on the previous chart of a termination from MSERA.
Okay, so.
And they do make assumptions regarding reciprocity. With the folks here, these two charts are people who actually went from active employment into retirement and immediately are drawing benefits. So to Robert's point, there was an actuarial gain because we didn't pay out the amount of benefits we were anticipating based on our estimate of the number of people we expected to retire. Conversely, though, they're still employed in their earning service and their future benefit will be potentially a little bit higher than what was estimated. So when they do retire, that's also taken into account.
Yeah, what about people who are cashing out? Is there a greater rate of people departing the county cashing out?
As far as taking a lump sum refund of their pension account
Yes.
balance, that's often more common with people with less than 5 years. People over 5 years, generally, you see a higher rate of leaving it here and taking a deferred benefit, or leaving and establishing reciprocity and not doing a lump sum withdrawal. I'm not saying that never happens, but typically your withdrawals are people with less service.
Yeah, which would put them competing with this graph in terms of.
But that would be the graph above,
The graph above, okay.
above on the other page.
Gotcha.
Other questions, comments? As I mentioned on page 63, there's the same kind of information for safety and probation. After 63, there's other assumptions we won't go through, as Doris mentioned. There's how many folks are going to leave the system and establish reciprocity somewhere else, what form of payment that folks will get once they retire, and will they have a beneficiary when they decease from retired status, how much sick leave they'll convert to service when they retire. Those are on the next pages 68 through 71, but we won't go through those.
Unless you want to.
Right.
We were going to shift to page 11 and talk about economic assumptions, if anyone wants to, investment return. But so if you go there, I'll lay it out that when we, and this is pretty much across all actuarial firms, when we're developing the investment return assumption, salary scale, COLA, cost of living adjustments, or payroll growth, the bedrock of all that is an inflation assumption, that the cost of things need to at least reach inflation. So the inflation assumption is important. And the chart we have here, basically the last, 100 years, it's kind of a tale of two cities or tale of two eras. And we see, from around the Great Depression and then all the way through really the early 80s, that there were some very notable inflation spikes, that it wasn't that uncommon for double-digit inflation to hit, whether it was during the time of world wars, the Korean War, the energy crisis of the 70s and early 80s. And then we see a change in a number of things, including some monetary policy. But we see that on the right half, or the right, let's call it 3/8 of this chart, we see much more controlled inflation over time. We do see some spikes, we do see some valleys. The early 90s, late 80s, there's a spike. We see 2008, which everyone remembers, that inflation goes way down, and we see the COVID supply chain spike on the right. But other than that, we see a pretty good hugging of the line, and that line is the 2.5% assumption. So a big change in the last 40 years or so. So we wanted to cover that. If we go to the next page, I know there's no pictures to look at here, but basically we want to point out that Callan is assuming 2.5% for inflation. And again, what we do is we go and collect data that we can use that's relevant. And I know anecdotally or even just current events, there's other inflationary things. There's the Iran conflict. Now that's coming down a bit. Again, everything we're doing is long-term funding of a pension plan. So we don't want to react and put in something that's happening right now and say it'll never go away. And now inflation is baked in through 30 years of planning for people's funding of their benefits. But Callan is assuming a 2.5% inflation. If you look at the latest Social Security trustees report that just came out, they've maintained their 2.4% assumption. And there's really nobody more exposed to inflation than Social Security, who pays a cost of living adjustment on full inflation. It's not capped at 3%, it's not capped at anything. So they have a lot of exposure if they were to underassume what inflation will be. There's also, you could do a break-even rate, taking treasuries that reflect inflation or do not and take that difference and say that's the implied inflation. In fact, for actuaries, ASOP 27, which is an actuarial standard of practice, even gives this as an example of something you can look at for inflation. So many actuaries will adopt that, since we are governed really by the ASOPs, the actuarial standards of practice. So if they say, here's something you can use, and we believe it's reasonable, we tend to use it. And that's one thing that they do. So all of these factors we look at, and if you go to the top of the next page, page 13, we show a summary of the tapering or the lowering of the MSERA assumption over time, the 30-year break-even rate, which maxed out at 2.55%, and then also the the Social Security Trustees Report, which is the purple line, which has worked its way down over time and has been 2.4% since about 2020. Also baked into that purple line is that in the Social Security Trustees Report, they have high and low inflationary numbers as well. Those numbers used to be 100 basis points apart. So when their assumption was 2.6, it was 100 basis points either way. They've now tapered that to only be 60 basis points on either side. Almost an implication that inflation can be controlled better than when they had it at 100 basis points. So all of this information that I just laid out for you is why we are recommending an inflation assumption of 2.5%. And that doesn't change for MSERA and our other clients. We assume that and recommend that for our other clients as well. So the bedrock of the things we're going to talk about, namely the investment return, starts with a 2.5% inflation assumption recommendation. Question?
If we adopted a higher expectation like the 2.75, even a quarter point, what does that do to contribution rates and accrued liability?
If you were to do that and then layer on the exact same real rate of return, which we'll talk about next, if you just said, okay, this lives in a vacuum and that stays the same and 2.75, you've now increased the return assumption by that 25 basis points. That would lower contribution rates, lower funding coming into the plan. That's just how it works in pension plans. Like a lower investment return drives up the contributions and a higher investment return drives them down. Sure. So one of the things that this inflation is used for before we get to investment return assumption is the cost of living increases. And we know that the non-PEPR group gets a COLA capped at 3% and the PEPR group does not. So for the group that does get it, we say, well, we could just use 2.5% and assume that for inflation. But we find that out in the West, it's a little bit higher. So we make an adjustment and we give the details here of the change in the Western region CPI versus overall CPI and say, and we did a study for Alaska and saw the same thing, that recently out West, the CPI increases have been a little higher. So we're making a local adjustment for the cost of living increase. We're maintaining it, but we're showing you why we justify taking the inflation of 2.5% and adding another 25 basis points for the COLA assumption. That one's pretty straightforward. Then we talk about the real rate of return. So this is how we get to the investment return assumption. We start with the inflation, 2.5, and now we layer on a real rate of return. As we've described here, there's Callan's real rate of return assumption, and that's the second column of returns there in the table right there. and then there's the average rate of 7 investment firms that we are using, and we break out by asset class and the allocation percentage of what Callan would assume and what we have assumed or used as assumptions for these 7 firms. And most notably, since the last time we did this study, if we just focus on the right-hand side, the things that have come down are all the equity groups. Large cap equity has come down 67 basis points. Small cap U.S. equity has come down 42 basis points. In other words, it was 6.65 last time. Global has come down over 100 basis points for these 7 investment firms. Now, the fixed income, real estate, and infrastructure have gone up slightly, but overall, that 4.89% is the average we would get and layer on before we do other steps, so we don't stop there. That number in the previous study was 5.17. So you can compare that to the Callan number. This is going to be a large driver of why we end up at the 6.25, but there's still some adjustments to happen. But this is layering on the initial arithmetic rate of return on top of inflation. So if we go 2 pages ahead, actually let's go to page 18, actually, I'm sorry. I think it's easier to just jump into this right now. So here we show the inflation assumption of 2.5. We have the 4.89%, and we have the last study on the right if you want to compare that. So we have 2.5, 4.89 added, an expense adjustment of 30 basis points. And then this is all done on an arithmetic basis. To get a geometric return adjustment, we are removing 73 basis points, and that brings us to a number just above 6.25. So at 6.36, it's a coin flip. We say it's 50-50. So we do a risk adjustment and say if you want to get something better, if you want to move a confidence level above 50%, you would do a risk adjustment of 11 basis points, bringing you to 6.25%. Obviously, if you look at this table, you see the arithmetic rate of return for the real rate of return is what's driving a lot of this. The other adjustments are largely what they were last time, even the geometric adjustments a little bit less than last time. So this is how we get to the recommendation of 6.25%, saying that in your history down below, you've shown a desire to be above 50%. This would be the least amount above 50%. Last time it was 51, but in the prior years it was higher than that. So if you were trying to get above 50%, the numbers that we have run with those 7 investment firms leaves us at 6.25%, which is how we end up at our recommendation.
Confidence level means it's a 50-50 bet?
Yeah, it's better than, so if you...
Right, 1%, I mean, in lay terms.
Yeah, if we didn't do the risk adjustment of 11 basis points and said at 6.36, it is a coin flip. It is 50-50. We don't tend to recommend rates like that are so precise. We tend to go to the quarter basis points. If we moved up to 6.5 or went back to where you are, then it falls below 50%. So we push it the other way and say, okay, if 6.36 went to 6.25, you'd be at 51%. I'm sure there's rounding in there as well.
We have a question.
I'm trying to integrate these last few slides with these little handout that we got.
We'll talk about that separately.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's going to be part 2. Yeah. So we want everyone to understand here what we're doing, and it's nothing different than we've done in the past. And obviously, our 4.89% of the 7 investment firms is different than just using one firm of Callan here. So a very mechanical process at this point. Even the adjustment 11%, you could say the only thing we're doing is saying, look, we typically offer up and recommend quarter basis point numbers, 6.5, 6.25, but CalPERS uses 6.85. You don't have to use those. We just tend to if we were to stay at 6.36, it implies a level of precision that can, this is going to be the most wrong assumption every year, first of all. But over time and how you fund the plan, you want to have a number that you fall on the safe side of it, if you will. Because when pension plan funding gets behind itself, I work on some plans in Chicago, it gets ugly. It's hard to fix. Again, this is a very mechanical process, similar to last time, but that's how we end up at the 6.25%.
So Dan, could you remind me, is there an AESOP rule related to confidence levels being above 50%, or is it more of a trend in operations and comfort level?
Yeah, the ASOPs stay away from like being prescriptive in that manner. They basically tell the actuary you should do things that are reasonable, things you believe are I mean, the word reasonable comes up so much in these ASOPs. And it gives us some guidance, but it falls short of, as far as I can remember, of saying anything. And I even asked our chief actuary before coming to this meeting, do we have a company policy of saying, look, if someone is using a confidence level of 49%, do we start, do you put qualifying comments in the report saying things like, what we will say is if our recommendation isn't used, if we were the continuing actuary, we would just word that this wasn't our recommendation, but leave it there. An assumption can be chosen that's so far off from the actuary that it's not reasonable. And then we start putting in stronger comments. Now, if someone came in and said, look, I hear what you're saying, Dan, and it ended up at a 49% confidence interval, as this personal actuary, I could say that's reasonable. If it was starting to drop to 45%, I'm getting very uncomfortable. So, it's hard to say that 6.25% is the perfect number and that's all I'll endorse, and 6.5, 25 basis points away is just crazy and unreasonable. I don't think a lot of actuaries would go that route. So but every actuary is different, and the ASOPs try not to be, like I said, that prescriptive to give an actual number.
So it's more operational as opposed to this ASOP rule.
Yeah. But it's like, again, it's the board's assumption, and if something came in at less than 50% of a probability, that's where the numbers shake out. Now you could change the 4.89 and put in a different number there. We didn't. We used the 7 investment firms. So
yeah, that's another question that I have about this process, which I would agree is mechanical. When it comes to those 7 other firms, I wonder, I noticed in reviewing some of the previous experience studies, like in 2014, there was 9 other firms. Now we've gone down to 7. Maybe in a couple more years, we have 3 other firms. Is there a point where, Siegel is beginning to question the number of other firms going into this type of comparison?
So I've done other experience studies in other regions where we actually use the horizon numbers, which have a lot more firms involved. What I would say is I wouldn't like using one. So like to use, whether it's Callan or RVK or whoever, using one to me is, I would not be comfortable with that. I would want a sampling. And if, God forbid, one had an error, if you took one and they found out later they had some error and you based all your contribution and funding on it, that'd be very scary. It would be scary if your 7 firms or 9 firms also did that. But what that threshold is, I would think 5 or less, I'd start feeling like I want a more robust number, personally.
Sure. And it's just not us just dropping firms. It's
right.
Some of the retirement systems have changed their investment consulting firms.
Or maybe the firms combined and they're,
Exactly.
2 firms before.
Yeah, we didn't say we don't like these 2 and just omit them.
Yeah. And that's not what I'm implying. I'm sort of just more trying to get at the robustness of the number of other assumptions being used, right? Because you can basically ask that same question dropping down to the individual asset class level, right? We've got 7 other firms. In the case of infrastructure, as noted in the report, we're really only using the one assumption from Callan, right? That's 1 out of the 5 asset classes that we're using here, where we're relying on Callan's number. Now, that is only 6% of the asset allocation, so it's probably not a big driver of a change in return. But if you look at some of the other return assumptions, we begin to converge down to this 5 limit that Dan mentioned, specifically in the case of the small cap equity space, only 5 numbers there. In the case of global equity, which I have...
Which page are you on, Robert?
Well, that's not information that's in the report. That's just information that I got as follow-up when I asked questions about this process. The global equity assumption is similar in that there's lacking data from some of these other firms. And, you know, that doesn't even get into the whole debate of what is global equity. You know, we're not using global equity as an asset class. We have global equity ex-US. So there's a few other little questions that, while I don't necessarily disagree with the process that's used from a mechanical point of view, I do wonder, when do we start triggering these other questions about use of Horizon data or Callan's data or 7 other firms' data. So I just want to throw that out there. My last question is related to this as well. When you, Siegel uses a simple average across these 7 firms. Why not use a median in that case? Considering that there's potential missing data in some of those asset classes, you know, doesn't matter if you use an average or the median really for the infrastructure, but why not on some of the others? Why pick a simple average versus a median?
I'd be curious how different they are. Did you happen to run that analysis?
They're 15 basis points different on total return.
15 or 50?
15.
1.5.
It's 1.5, 15 basis points. It's almost one click up, which is why I'm mentioning it.
That's like 6.36.
The real return would be 503 going from a 489.
But if you eliminate the risk adjustment, you're almost a wash, aren't you?
Well, we would still have risk adjustment. All the other adjustments would still hold.
Why would the risk adjustment remain the same if, as he explained, it's part of a getting to a safe number?
To me,
there's always a risk adjustment on every experience study report. It's a question of how much would that change. It might change a little bit. I guess Siegel can speak to that. I wouldn't expect it to change a whole lot.
I would default, I default to averages. If I'm going to sample something, I default to averages, unless I wrote an article on 401k balances. And using averages there is very dangerous. It's like house prices. If you had houses in a region and on a street, you have 9 of them are $200,000 and one of them is $2 million. To use an average there doesn't make any sense, so you use a median. Obviously, your 200,000 is going to be more the median. But when you have numbers that are more similar, I think as a mathematician, I would default to the average. The median is where it's like 401k balances. If you highlight how many 401k millionaires we have in this country, that's not the point, because there's some people that have $5,000 in their balance, and we need to worry about the median there. So when your range is much more diverse or extended, the median can be much more helpful. But if I was going to just sample 9 companies on anything, I would start with the average, unless I had a real reason to use the median.
I have a related question. When I worked for a TV station, they had about 1,000 TV stations in the U.S., and there was literally a handful of consulting firms for image for TV stations. So how many actuarial consulting firms really are there in the U.S. and Canada?
For the public sector?
For public sector and just actuarial consulting firms?
Oh, I don't know. In our world, I feel like when we go up against competitors that we can run, you run into the national ones, and then you run into some local ones. So it depends. If you're bidding on work in Texas, you may deal with the national ones and then get a couple of local Texas firms as well. Gosh, in the public sector world, 10-ish familiar names, I'd say.
So we're really talking somewhat similar idea or comparison, that the TV station had a handful, and when you're doing these averages, you're really taking an average of a very small population.
Well,
to begin with.
let me back up there. They're using the capital market assumptions from investing consulting and advisor firms, not other actuarial firms.
Okay.
And it's a little confused because we have Siegel Marco is an investment arm of Siegel, so it's a little confusing. I thought that's where you're going, but okay.
So if we look at Horizon's last capital market study for their 20-year period, they had 41 investment consultants provide data that they used to create their geometric return expectations. The pool used here for the 7 that Siegel used for our experience study is based on firms representing other California public systems. And that might be why it shrunk a little bit because firms merged or plan changed their investment consultant. But I think they said the 7 represent 16 different county or city plans, not necessarily all Cyril, but also some of the charter city, charter counties. So they're basing their use for our experience study based on other investment consultants operating in this space is the way I like to think it, but please, you can explain it however you'd like.
No, that's pretty well done, yeah.
Why would it matter if the investment consultants were local in California when the investments in general are global? Why would California specific investment consultants be any different than somebody out of New York? I mean, they're all investing in the same vehicles for the most part.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm kind of newer to this, working on these plans and this. Like I said, I've worked on ones where we use the Horizon data. So I don't, Dirk, do you have any? And the person who really makes this decision is leaving our company. So this decision was driven by someone else who I think just kind of starts local.
I guess my bigger question is, why would it ever be? Why would you ever expect to get a more accurate number from polling fewer? Wouldn't you expect there to be a better, more accurate aggregate number?
I would say that some people, the Horizon study is kind of based on a multi-employer universe. So some people have this initial
Multi-what?
Multi-employer, like union side. Those are they're not public plans, they're union-based pension plans. I used to work in them for 11 years. So the Horizon study is kind of aligned in some people's mind as being, oh, that's more of a multi-employer study. It is just investment stuff, and it's more about, it really comes down to your mix. What is your mix? Like, these are the returns, and then do you have private debt? Do you have private equity? Like on the multi-employer side, they don't tend to invest like that. The public sides invest a little more creatively, if you will. So that might be one of the reasons to start with something a little more local.
So I do have a question because you mentioned the structure of our portfolio. And we have a dedicated allocation to emerging markets and the rest is developed international markets. But that breakout isn't in the asset class calculations you used. You're using the global ex-US. And I just wondered, did we not provide that to you, or why didn't we see a separate line item for like emerging market capital market assumption versus developed markets, like I saw in the San Bernardino report from last week?
Yeah, this is just based on the target that was passed to us.
Okay, so we
So if
provided
this was expanded,
you
we could,
the higher level and not the breakdown.
If this had more detail, there's I don't know, in the Horizon study, there's it feels like there's at least 15 to 18 categories if you get that precise. And that's infrastructure, like private infrastructure, it's so general here, it's kind of hard. So the more detail you can get here, yes, the more detail that can be applied individually on the different asset classes as well.
If we use the Horizon study, or the Horizon, whatever the term is, how would that affect, I believe that would affect the number on page 18, the arithmetic real rate of return at 489. Would that number change if we use the Horizon study?
Yeah,
In what direction?
it goes up.
By how much?
I think we said, Dirk, correct me if I'm wrong, is it
59%? Achieving
59% for achieving a 6.25, and then is it 56% for 6.5?
Yeah, it's usually about
Is that the
3% difference.
this one here, this follow-up
So-
later here.
Can I-
Sorry, go ahead.
Before Siegel answers
It's usually
here,
about a 3%.
I did look at that, and it does go up. It doesn't go up that much. My number goes up to 6.39. So it's not that higher
Did you
than
run the,
6.
because I just heard a confidence number there of
No, I
59%.
I
at
did not run any
6.25,
confidence level
And
related to that.
56 at 6.5. Now, 56% is actually higher than the previous, any of the previous confidence
Maybe it's
levels
Horizon in this one.
that we've had over the
They
last
could use.
well, 15 years. If I heard that number correctly.
Well, you're comparing two different processes. So we're talking about the deterministic one, not the stochastic modeling,
Okay.
which is what you're thinking of, I believe, correct me if
I'm
wrong.
looking at the confidence level here, and I'm hearing the
On
numbers
page
that
18.
I thought I heard from them, with 59% at a 6.25 assumed rate and 56% at 6.5. That's the numbers I thought I heard.
Yeah, that's the stochastic model that you're
Okay.
talking about.
Can I ask a question? To clarify, I thought the only change was going from the 7 to the 41 in Horizon, and that those numbers would change. It has nothing to do with arithmetic versus stochastic, or
The
am I
data,
misunderstanding?
the data published by Horizon, if I'm not mistaken, the study I saw was geometric return, not arithmetic return. So there would be an additional adjustment if you tried to convert those geometric back to an arithmetic.
So there's a little bit of apples to oranges.
Yes,
comparison
they are
between
not
these numbers.
the same, and
If you could keep these exact same asset classes you want, and then just, you can get the arithmetic numbers from the Horizon study, and you could redo the top table there and come up with your new 4.89%, and then let everything else flow.
Do we know what that would be?
That's a 6.39, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see.
The 625 goes up a little bit, but not that much.
But I think the ultimate goal there to normalize that to these numbers would be to give it the confidence level percentage using that number.
And I haven't
Arithmetically converted.
that.
Okay.
That's using an updated, that's only using updated capital market assumptions, but continuing to keep the adjustments that are on this page here.
Okay.
And the new Horizon study typically comes out in early August. You'd be using the 2025 one here. When we used that last week, we adjusted to travel through time to say that what we're seeing for 2026 is capital market assumptions coming down. So if you were going to use 2025 Horizon, and we did make an adjustment to say, okay, as we travel through time, 2025, 2026, we're seeing CMA's capital market assumptions coming down. Basically, in the world of capital market assumptions, as markets have run and run and run and run, everyone says they got to pull back. They got to pull back. So the capital market assumptions start coming down. After you get a pullback, the capital market assumptions look great because they know there's going to be a rebound. So we made an adjustment to say from 2025 to 2026, while Horizon hasn't updated their numbers, other investment entities have, and I can't remember the adjustment we made, but we dialed it down, and you might get right back where you were for the 6.39 that Robert was mentioning. So if you were going to do that, I would say account for 1 year's passage of time, or come August, you'll get the new Horizon numbers and be very curious to see where they end up. But it always comes out in August, usually early to mid-August.
Makes it inconvenient for this process, I guess. August is a long time.
If it has to be decided today or very soon.
Let me ask you this, if I could. These numbers, I think the most recent ones are based on end of the fiscal year last year, 25. Could this report have been prepared by you or any other firm and presented like 60 days ago or 90 days? So we're not under a gun or budget gun?
Well, we had to, so we're the outgoing actuary.
Right,
We first
right.
had to find out if they wanted it, if the board wanted us to do this experience study. So it happened a little later than it might otherwise have happened.
All right. But we could have gotten this 60 or 90 days ago, probably.
we might have had it at least a month earlier.
A month,
We
yeah.
typically don't see it much more before spring, right? But yes, we might have seen it in February, March, or April timeframe instead of
But
June.
our recommendations on this will then go to the Board of Supervisor?
No, well, the The thing that goes to the Board of Supervisors is adoption of the employer rates and the rates, but they aren't going to adopt additional rates until we do the June 30, 2026 valuation, and we take it to the Board of Supervisors in January of 27, typically, January or February. And so the June 30, 2026 valuation sets the rates that go into effect July 1, 27. There's a 1-year lag in
Okay.
those rates becoming effective because of the timing of receiving the reports.
And I guess this is dated, what, around June? Oh, came to us around June 8th or something? I think. I would only ask kind of what Richard has asked in the past, if these could be available earlier to the board members.
Well, because we did an RFP and we were considering the change in actuary that delayed the start of this report so we could find out if the incoming actuary wanted to do the experience study or if they would like to start with just the valuation and have the experience study completed by Siegel. So there was a delay in that regard.
I'm saying two different things. There is that general request to get things done in spring or late spring, whenever it's possible. But also when this is received here, and it's not really being changed, like this was received here maybe, I don't know what day in June.
I think you said June 8. I don't remember the date they finalized the report and sent it to us. We did only publish it when we released the board meeting material, so it was available publicly as of Friday last week. Now, if you're asking if we could distribute those to trustees earlier than when we publish the board materials, we could probably do that, and I can certainly make note of that.
That is my general request.
Okay.
Have it available.
Thank you. I didn't quite understand your question.
So I have one other, is the question, Trustee Lekwick, or the request more related to the updated horizon assumptions?
No, he
Or
wants
is
to
that
look
just
at the
a- is
experience
this
study
another-
earlier,
okay.
so he has more time to read through it before the
Okay.
meetings.
That's the basic.
Yes.
I know for the CPAs, when you have a transition, they look at the prior CPA's working papers. What happens when we've now shifted actuaries? Do they also come to like your office and,
They'll recreate the last valuation, and they have, we're giving them all the information. So they'll recreate the last valuation so that they match. If they don't match, they'll have questions for us. We'll work through those questions, and they'll say, okay, we've got a good enough match, we are where you were, and then they move
Then
forward.
they
from
build
there.
on that going forward. So they've already started the transition process, and the data is being transferred over to Chiron. Chiron will do a full replication of the last valuation in order to do the June 30, 26 valuation report from us that will be delivered to the board in November.
So you kind of get a quote-unquote free audit out of it too, which is kind of.
Essentially, we would have come up for an actuarial audit this year, but since they're recreating the 2025 valuation, we didn't do an actuarial audit this year.
thank you.
Did you want to cover the other item?
Sure. I left an additional handout. It was a supplemental page, consists of 2 slides. We don't have it for the,
You don't have not on the screen?
Yeah, it's
That's
not on
okay.
screen.
If you have the handout that says appendix, the way that the assumption is currently set up for IMSARA is that the investment return assumption is net of administrative expenses and net of investment expenses. So the return that we set has to achieve and outrun both of those things, but not all firms do that. Some firms just do the assumption being net of the investment expenses, and there's different reasons for that. So you could treat this differently or could consider to do the methodology here. If you go to page 2 or the back of that document, it shows exactly what you have here on the left-hand side. You got the 2.5, you got the 4.89, the liability side. So the expense adjustment of 0.3 becomes 0.05, literally 25 basis points. Everything flows through exactly the same. Now you end up at a 6.5% with a 51% confidence level. So the change to the contribution rates, if we could bring up page 11, I think it was, with the costs. Do you still have that up? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not 11, it's 8 maybe? Yeah, page 8. So to tie these two together, that first change in investment return assumption, if you ended up with this recommendation, it wouldn't go up by 2.93 because we wouldn't be lowering it. And the funded percentage wouldn't go down by 2.2 because it wouldn't be flowing through there. It would instead be an explicit charge, if you will, or cost, and that would be about 1.8%. So it's a difference of, on the contribution rate being 2.93 instead being 1.8.
So how you account for the plan administrative expenses can be done either way. There are other systems that treat it as an explicit cost and calculation of the rates, and there's a lot of systems that do like we do, which is netting it into the investment return assumption. We actually moved from an explicit cost in the calculation of the rate to netting it into the investment return assumption in 2014.
Supervisor Lefkowitz.
My question, what triggered the creation of this additional appendix?
It's another option that's out there.
I reached out to them to ask what options are available. We certainly have a lot of questions, regarding the use of the capital market assumptions, regarding how detailed our asset allocation might be in calculation of the expected return. This was just one other item that they said, this is an option because it's handled both ways at different plans. Go ahead.
So essentially changing how we book our expense would cost the county, the plan sponsor, 1.8% relative to this 3%, but it would also reduce our unfunded, that would no longer become unfunded liability, correct?
It gets introduced, it's now over on the normal cost side, and you're paying for it in a different way, let's
Yes.
say it that way. Yeah, it's just, you're moving it to a different way of doing it.
I understand
However, if
moving
you
it.
drop the return assumption, you would see approximately like $30 million added to the plan's unfunded liability. I think the question is if you broke out these administrative expenses and did them directly as a calculation of the contribution rates, the assumption then remains at 6.5,
Right.
and it would not be adding to the unfunded liability. Is that your question?
Somewhat, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, close enough.
You've changed them, yeah.
Yeah, trustee.
So in 2014, do you know the reasoning why it was put in as?
They actually came to us and laid out options A and option B. Option A was leave it the way it was, doing an explicit charge to the contribution rate, and option B was netting it into the investment assumption. I did not watch the meeting, and I don't know, but they gave both, and the board picked option B. You watched it?
I would say they did it because it was just simpler and easier for the system.
Is it also safer? It's a safer approach.
It is more
Even though-
conservative. You will get more money. So you have, this system has benefited from that because probably using lower investment return assumptions is getting more money in the plan. We also understand that plans face multiple hurdles at certain different
Right.
times. That some plans are just saying, let's get all the money we can in, fund this thing as well as we can, and it's easy for them. But in other entities and other areas, the public money is I don't know if it's spoken for, but it's harder to get to just plow into a pension plan or something else. We understand public money is limited, and if you take it from here, you pull from here. So we want to just lay out options that the board has, not necessarily a recommendation, just saying there is a different way to do it. And some other funds and some other 37 Act funds have used this. So it's not that you'd be the first 37 Act fund to do it or the first plan in California to do it. But as you can see, it would cost a little less, bring less money into the fund. If you just went to 6.25, you're going to bring the most money into the fund. Is that going to cause other headaches? It sounds like it might. So this is just an option.
And in this accounting change or different method, where are those? The expenses are still paid, they're just paid in a different way?
Yeah, on the first page, it explains that it would be a charge over on the liability side. So you're moving it over on the rate that way.
It still gets paid for, but it
Yes.
gets paid for as an explicit charge and calculation of the contribution rates to the plan instead of being a net charge to the investment return assumption.
I understand that increased employer contributions and employee contributions would.
Actually, I'm not sure on
You'd have to
that.
get that number.
Yeah.
I would look at a similar ratio as to what you see on the screen would be my
Sure.
guess.
Yeah, I've seen two different systems do it two different ways. They base it on just the normal cost rate percentage. Another system does it based on the total rate basis. So-
If in statute, the members had a set rate of 8%, it wouldn't go on them at all. It would all go to the employer. That's not how this works because it flows through a little different.
So nobody knows how much the employee
It
is
would be
paying?
similar to the ratio here where
Likely, yeah.
the impact to the employee rate does go up, but the impact to the employer rate went up more. So it'd be something similar to that ratio. And that change in the employee rate is based on the change in normal cost. And as far as PEPRA tiers, normal cost is currently shared 50-50 between the employee and the employer, but the employer picks up all of the cost of the unfunded liability. That is not ever charged to the employee.
So in that table, the way you just described it, the 0.62 is the normal cost from lowering the discount rate. The employer also has that same 0.62, and then they have a new unfunded that they add on as well.
The UAAL layers, that just rolls 3 years, 3 years, 3 years?
We do a new base layer, or not a base layer, but a new layer to the unfunded liability every year with every valuation. So while this was saying we're setting the assumptions for 3 years, the actual cost associated with it will be determined when we do the June 30, 2026 valuation, and any actuarial gains and losses from that year's valuation is then added to the UAAL and amortized over 18 years. But the assumptions are set for 3, and we will revisit it 3 years in the future.
Yeah, every year's valuation creates like a little mortgage payment, a gain or a loss, and then it's paid over its period, 18 years, whatever it is. And then the next year, same thing, and then you pay those down. So you like all these, some people call them amortization layers, amortization strips, however you want to think of it. Then the valuation, there's a table of all of them paying down over time. But each year creates a new one because there's always gains or losses.
Supervisor Hascher?
So if we did this net, pulled that out, then the assumptions of the impact on the UAAL would be nothing. There wouldn't be an impact.
You could pull out the change to the investment return assumption here on the
Right.
bottom part.
Yeah,
But
so
the other
if-
two would still
Right.
remain.
The other two remain, yeah,
Right.
unaffected.
There would be it'd be 0 on the UAAL?
We wouldn't be lowering the discount rate from 6.5 to 6.25, and so
Okay,
that's what's
I
in
see,
there.
I see,
Yeah.
okay.
That's why it's like
Okay.
not a shell game. I don't want to call it that, but you're shifting how it gets paid for, moved, things like that.
But by keeping the higher rate, we're reducing the contributions coming into the plan a little bit. And I lost my train of thought, so never mind, what are you gonna say?
So let me answer Trustee Lekowick's question related to the 0.62 average member contribution rate, assuming that the reduction is in similar proportion, which is a 38.5% reduction. That 0.62 goes down to 0.38. So it's a little bit, it's a little
I'm not
lower.
understanding what you're
He's
saying.
saying
in
the
terms of-
increase in the employee contribution rate would actually reduce from roughly 62 basis points to 38?
Yeah.
So the increase to the employee would actually be slightly less, is what he's stating. I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate, because he's just kind of basing it on a rough percentage, but
It's
it might not be
roughly 3 to
quite as
1.
high.
Roughly 3 to 1. So the county would have to take about a 1.42.
You have the 1.8 and the 104 and the minus 0.88.
Yeah, he's right. 1.42 plus the 0.38 would get you the 1.8%, which we're showing. So it's Seems like a good number, as an estimate.
But again, that's an estimate. Nobody, actually, when they added numbers together, nobody's got that. I mean, it's just,
No one got what?
the exact breakdown, if I was an
Well, we didn't
employee,
run
I'd
the
wanna
exact
know.
breakdown. They
I'd
sent
wanna-
the slide yesterday as a discussion topic, but we didn't ask for that level of detail.
I think that the exact rate wouldn't really come out until.
Right, till the June 30,
actual-
26
yeah,
valuation.
Right. Okay, are there any further questions?
I think we have public.
Yeah, we will be going to public comment as long as there are no further trustee questions or there's no further scheduled presentation.
That's all we had.
Okay,
That's
okay.
it.
So I want to move into the discussion phase here, and as Doris pointed out to me, finally, we have members of the public here to make comment. It's a very rare thing for us, so, and this is not just a member of the public, Sarah Pierce.
Hi, Sarah.
So good morning, Board. Sarah Pierce, the Assistant CEO for the County of Mendocino. So we've been reviewing this as well, and I would like to see where you guys' discussion goes. But from the county's executive office standpoint, this is not necessarily the view of the board, as it's not been discussed. But the county, as a major plan sponsor, does not have the capacity to absorb about a $3 to $4 million increase, which is what would be equivalent to dropping the rate from 6.5 to 6.25. So we would express hesitation on this recommendation, and we would like to see if MSERA could consider an additional analysis with their incoming actuary to either discuss a different, the different model based on what was provided yesterday, or the alternative method that was presented in the report. We'd like to just also note that the county does have many competing unknowns that are competing for the general fund. Some of those things are the HR1 impacts that the Big Beautiful Bill has created. We have IHSS concerns about the federal government freezing about $1 billion in California funds. Labor negotiations are going on right now. We also have potential increases to our health plan. So we have many competing priorities. And without factoring any of those unknowns in, the county did have to balance their budget with about $2.5 million of one-time funds. So the county would just ask if the board could consider doing additional analysis. And so I'll just leave it at that right now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. There's also another gentleman who would like to make public comment.
Yeah, Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU Local 10-2.
Are we on the microphone? Is that
I'm not sure how well it picks up. If you want to come here and
Okay, sure.
make sure you're picked up by the microphone. Hi, Patrick. How you been?
Yeah, Patrick Hickey, field representative with SEIU Local 1021. We represent about 700 county employees. And I would like to echo and support what Sarah Pierce just said. We would urge the board to just maintain the current discount rate and continue further analysis to look into things. As she mentioned, there are a lot of competing interests going on with the county right now, and this is not the kind of hit that either the county or the employees at the county are really able to take at this time. So we really feel like just sort of staying on course that you're on, sort of keeping a close eye on it going forward, that would be our recommendation, our hope of what the board decides. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I guess we'll move now into just general board discussion.
With that, would you like board counsel to run through the options available as he sees them?
Sure, we can start with the options available.
So I'm happy to talk about options, but let me just start out with the framework. So there is a code section that applies under the SERL to the board. It's 31453. And that code section has language in it that suggests that the board adopt the recommendation of the actuary. In this case, the recommendation is to go to 6.25. However, there's another sentence in that code section that seems to give the board some discretion. I reached out to our fiduciary counsel and we discussed this code section. And I think her view is that the board has very limited, if any, discretion. I have tremendous respect for our fiduciary counsel. I did reach out to my counterparts at other 37X systems, and there are definitely some counsel who don't agree with that opinion and think that the board does have some discretion. And as reluctant as I am to disagree with our fiduciary counsel, I kind of see with that language in 3543 that there appears to be some discretion. And so how does the board, consistent with the code section and with its fiduciary duty, right? We've for those of you who've had the fiduciary duty training, we know we generally follow the recommendation of our expert unless we have really good reason not to. And so what are some of the factors here? And we've discussed some of those. The admin fee was one. The capital market assumption, Horizon using 41 versus the 7. I think our actuary would say that if we stayed at 6.25, that would not be unreasonable. They would not continue to work with us. And I think it would be consistent with the principles, the ASOP, I think it's 41. I think the board is also in a very unique situation that we have a new actuary waiting in the wings, Chiron. And so one of the options for the board is to, and I think there would be sufficient time to have our new actuary take a look at some of these things and see where they land. And I think there would be time for that to happen. And I think there's been some discussion already with Chiron that in the next month or so that the board could get more information. So if you're looking for the options, I suppose one is to follow the actuary's recommendation at 6.25. There is also, by the way, one other option, which is if you did go to 6.25, it can be phased in over, I think, a 2 or 3 year period. And that would help mitigate some of the immediate impacts to the county. But maybe the best option, and it's not that the board is actuarial shopping, but we have already selected another actuary, and it's sound discretion to see what the other actuary has to say. So I'm happy to entertain any questions, and Executive Director, if I left anything out, please let me know.
Just that reasonable people can differ, because when I read that same section, I come to a slightly different conclusion than our fiduciary counsel. It does say that on the basis of investigation, valuation, and recommendation of the actuary, that the board sets the rate. So I think you need to consider what the actuary says, but I don't think it's mandatory. In my opinion, I come down on the side that maybe the board does have a little more discretion. However, it is very, based on the processes we've been using with Siegel for a large number of years. I think they came on in 2011, sticking with their methodology, the recommended rate is 6.25. Now, when Jeff mentioned the phase-in, we would be adopting that lower rate, and it would be used for the valuation and everything. The only thing that would be phased in is the increase in the employer contribution rate. I just wanted to make that clear. We're not phasing in the assumption. We would just be phasing in the contribution rate change. But as the discussion has shown, there's several options on the table as far as the way things can be held or handled, like regarding the treatment of the plan's administrative expense fees and charging them as a direct cost to the calculation of the rate instead of netting it from investment concern that could change the recommended or the rate that the board might choose to adopt. So again, open for board discussion here. If the board wanted to look at further analysis, you could adopt the other assumption changes as presented, or as the board sees fit. And we could have the further analysis completed and brought back at the July or at the latest the August meeting, and it would still be adopted in time for use with the 6/30/26 valuation, because we have to have an assumed rate to use for that valuation.
Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to remind or to bring back what was presented earlier, in which you guys had said, I believe, Dan, you said that there are cases in which boards have not taken your recommendations full and have in fact gone with different assumptions, return rate assumptions.
Yes.
There is precedent for that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay. Second of all, there was, yes, a very recent case,
June
I
4th,
believe. Yeah.
San Bernardino.
The San Bernardino case, yes. Wasn't, when we talked about that, it wasn't apples to apples,
No,
but it was very close.
different situation, right?
When I went to the trustee training in Malibu a few years ago, they were very clear. They had a couple of scenarios, and they very clearly stated that it is acceptable for trustees to take into consideration the plan sponsor when, and that's not inconsistent with their fiduciary duty to the plan. And they were very clear about that, and I think that the scenarios were very similar to this, in which rates of increase were going to be really harmful to, so I wanted to introduce that. I'm not sure if everybody's taken that, or if everybody took from that training the same lesson that I did, in which it is okay to take into account what the plan sponsor's position is. Obviously, the plan sponsor always wants to pay less, and we can't always agree with that. But there is that. I think we find ourselves in a very extraordinary situation. We have, obviously, as been pointing out, a new actuary coming on board. We have a very tough budget situation with the county. And unfortunately, the plan sponsor, if we were to just adopt as is, if we were to put a motion in to adopt the entire presentation today and move ahead with these assumptions, the county would have to respond, and I believe they would respond with items that would be very cannibalistic towards the retirement plan. They would probably respond by lowering headcount, which is never healthy for us. They would respond by not being able to maintain, keep up with inflation, with COLAs and what have you. And that would tend to lead people to seek employment elsewhere, establish reciprocity, and be further damaging, in my opinion, to the plan by as we know, we are disadvantaged when people do that, because we end up owning the responsibility for the years of service they have here on the entire on their new usually increased salary. So I just wanted to put that out there and see where the other trustees are with their thinking on this.
Can we take like a 10-minute break, 15-minute break?
Yes,
Okay.
let's. I don't see any reason we can't. And
And then continue the discussion.
yes, we'll continue the discussion. Let's come back at 10:20. Too long of a break? 10:20.
Do you want us to remain?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you would,
Please.
please.
Sure.
Is it? Yeah, it was on for a while.
Scott is ready. And we left off with the discussion, and Lenore.
I have a question because we talked about the transition and the incoming Chiron recreating the experience study, I guess.
Not the experience,
Or,
the
not
last valuation.
Oh, last valuation. Okay, so there wouldn't be the chance that they would differ on,
Yeah, we talked about a lot of things that might move the needle a little bit this way or that way or whatever. And if the board wants additional analysis regarding the investment return assumption, we can ask Chiron to bring that back at the next meeting, certainly no later than August. It may or may not move the needle enough to change a recommendation. I don't know.
that might seem useful in this case.
Well, so
Robert?
I would jump in, and I've looked at a ton of these things. I don't think that would materially change, right? Siegel did mention that this is a mechanical process, and I have issues with part of that process, okay, which I've voiced, and I've voiced to Siegel and Doris and the board. But I think that the general broad consensus across the investment industry is that these equity return rates have gone down. And, our asset allocation has a lot of equities in it. And the fact that these rates are lowered broadly, our consultant doesn't necessarily think that's the case, but other consultants do think that's the case. Chiron's going to find the same finding. And those lowered assumptions are also present in the Horizon study. So, I don't think that is going to materially change. I think if your expectation is that they will, I think that's unfounded.
Well, I do believe that, and Chiron can correct me if I'm wrong, Ann, that you use the Horizon studies, capital market assumptions, and they are a little bit higher than what we've seen here. So I'm not doing any analysis. I don't know how far it would move the needle, and if that would provide a return assumption that at least 50% confidence in, that is any different. I don't know. But they do use the Horizon assumptions, which is like 40 firms instead of 7.
I've looked at the same thing. I've backed into the arithmetic returns. My analysis from the Horizon data on the 10-year basis is 639, which is not that different from the recommendation.
But would we then, is it to the nearest 0.25% and rounding, or what is the?
Siegel chooses to always use quarter point increments. That's not necessarily to say that it has to be that way. There are systems like CalPERS, I believe, who's at like 6.8 or something. But we've been with Chiron since at least 2011 is not Chiron, with Siegel since at least 2011, and everything's always presented in quarter point increments.
So would that kick it to then 6.5?
I believe they round down, I don't know.
That takes you, okay, so at 6.36, that's the 50-50 coin flip. So if you go down from 6.36, now you're getting better than 50%. If you go the other way, you're going less than 50%. That's why we go to the one way that gives you a greater than 50% confidence.
But if it were 6.39, it already starts out a little bit
6.39 becomes the coin flip, and then
Again, if you went higher than that,
you might get
you're
then if
getting
you're
a
into
lower.
6.25, you might have 52% confidence as opposed to 51. But if you go to 6.5, now you've gone under the coin flip. You've gone less than 50%. But it could be 49.6% or something.
Okay, trustee Hazczak.
So, yeah, super trustee.
Super trustee, yeah, I'm gonna use that.
So the impact on the UAAL, if we implemented the recommended change today, then that would be basically $30 million impact.
Based on the 25 valuation, yeah, it would be something different in the 26, but yes, on 25.
So we would actually hope that it would come in less than that because we did have strong investment returns again, and we have deferred gains from prior years. But it's going to depend on what the actuarial gains and losses are for all of our different assumptions that ends up determining the change in the funded ratio and change to the unfunded liability. And so we don't have that yet because we haven't done the June 30, 26 valuation. These changes applied retroactively to last year's valuation resulted in roughly a $30 million estimated cost to the UAL.
Would it be accurate to say that it'll be $30 million more than it would otherwise be?
I won't know that number really until the June 30, 26 valuation is done.
Okay.
Might be a little less, maybe it's a little more. It depends on what other experience occurs that's going to reflect ultimately the total change in the funded ratio.
What I'm getting at is one of the options that I heard was that we could kind of negotiate with the county and implement this over the next few years.
Sure, sounds like.
If we did that, would that increase the UAAL?
Yes, it still
30
is.
million.
Yeah, it still increases the UAL. That kind of falls to the bottom line right away. The contribution stuff is what gets blended in. The more the stuff, if we had it up, page 8 at the top, you blend
But if the
in.
employer is not paying the full increase right away, it ends up costing more over time because
Right.
you're phasing that in. And that could actually flow through as an actuarial loss to the
Yeah, like a
unfunded
contribution
liability.
loss.
Yeah, like a contribution loss. So there would be impacts to phasing it in. It would cost the county more over time ultimately.
I think that 27, fiscal 27 might look a little better, but it would be worse in 28 or 29.
So what I see as the options, if we want to go there.
We do?
First one is to accept the recommendation, just go for it. Second is to not accept it and look for another valuation with Chiron
We would ask for further analysis.
analysis, yeah. Third is, we do the net administrative change. So it goes from
That would be accepting. it.
30 points to 5
Yeah.
points. And the other is,
So in that case, you keep the 6.5, to be clear. Keep the 6.5%, yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Just to be clear.
and then we go to, accept it and negotiate with the county.
And do a phase-in of
Through a
the
phase-in.
increase, yes.
So
Am I
Those
missing
pretty much
anything?
lay it out in a nutshell.
Well, there is a 1A option, I believe, which would be to accept, and this is kind of a blend, I believe, accept everything in the report except for the assumed rate of return and have Chiron come back and either completely agree, give us horizon numbers, make sure that our new actuary is on the same page as our outgoing actuary in terms, and this is a major decision, and it's going to affect things. And I don't know, they're here. I don't know what their opinion on that is. They could
Well,
offer
can I
it.
make one point on that?
Yeah.
And Ann can speak to this, but like it's somewhat simple for them to recreate the investment part of it, but all the other stuff
Right.
we did, and that takes a lot of data and a lot of work. That's, I think, very hard for them. So they can do one part of it fairly easy. The other part, I think, is the reason they had us do this experience study, because we already had the data. And the demographic hug takes a lot of heavy lifting.
And I think
So
you
you're-
would be asking only for a review of the investment
Yeah.
side, which is the same as what Supervisor Haschek, or Trustee Haschek was mentioning, is asking for further analysis on that point. The other recommended assumptions could be adopted.
Basically adopt the entire report except for the assumed rate of return on the investments, have Chiron come back in either July or August with, and if, at that point, if they come back and say, look, as Robert says they probably will, you guys got to move to 6.25 to be safe, then, we're at that point, I mean, I know I would probably support moving to the 6.25. If we get, yes.
I have a question for Jeff. Having too many attorneys in the room and fiduciary counsel, et cetera, is like having too many cooks. But my question to you is, are we under a duty now that's overdue to adopt this? Adopt some sort of?
No, there is time to get further analysis from Chiron.
Well, no, I'm talking about, that could be a change. There's certainly time for a change, but I think the code section talks about 45 days before the next succeeding fiscal year.
Yeah, no, we're okay for further analysis, is my
Because
understanding.
the rates that go to the employer have that 45-day in advance of the fiscal year that they impact, and they would not go into effect until July 1 of 27. So we
Okay.
have more than 45 days to deal with that.
But I think the 45 days applies to this succeeding fiscal year, though, doesn't it?
No.
No,
Okay.
it is not my reading.
All right. I do agree with Jeff's interpretation that there is discretion, but I think as he summarized fiduciary counsel's summary to him, or if you don't adopt this, what you need to adopt is something based on facts. There has to be, it can't just be, I'm concerned that supervisors are going to do this, or they might not find the money, and blah, blah, blah. It has to, we can't just in thin air, changing an accounting method that our actuary says has benefited the system for when it was adopted in 2014, changing that to avoid saying that there may be more money needed in the system, that's not, changing an accounting thing is not a sound discretion. Sound discretion is based on facts, not on changing an accounting method, especially one that our actuary says has benefited us for 14 years since adopted. So I personally would favor a phase-in because I think a phase-in is possible, adopting it, but if there's going to be too much pain or, quote, impossibility of finding the funds, that there be some sort of phase-in, and also there be, I have no problem with Chiron also reviewing these numbers coming back in August.
If you set the adopted rate, you're setting the adopted rate.
There's nothing in that code section that says it can't be revisited and send them, say, hey.
True, and as Dan mentioned to me on the phone the other day, he actually works with a plan where they review their investment return assumption every single year, and we're certainly not recommending that here.
Right.
But I don't think you're under the gun that you have to adopt it today.
Okay, all right.
I would agree that changing the accounting method, the supplementary appendix that we got there, that's not the method that I would want to use. I don't particularly like that because we've been there since 2014, and we're basically changing the accounting method to get a number that we want. It's not illegal, it's not inconsistent, we can set that however we want, that fiduciary, but instinctively, I don't like that as a technique. Go ahead.
I would like to ask Sarah, because they've, I guess, run through some scenarios. If it were to be adopted and phased in, what was the analysis of CAO's office?
So depending on how this plays out, we've done very little analysis. We just know that from the 26-27 budget that was just adopted, we had to balance it with one-time funds. So any impact or increase, we'll have to analyze. We have many competing priorities. From what I understood, that if we were to adopt this today, it would be about a $3 to $4 million impact. Some of that is spread over non-general fund, some of it's general fund, but without doing a detailed analysis on what that looks like, I'm not sure how much impact would be to the general fund for a phase-in approach. So that's why we're asking, or the executive office would ask the board to consider doing an additional analysis, so then that we can also have time to do additional analysis as well.
So if I'm not mistaken, and please somebody correct me if I am, if it's phased in, it doesn't necessarily mean that over the time period it's saving money. It just means it's deferring it and ultimately going to cost the county more.
Correct.
So it may be less painful in the first year of implementation, but it could become unmanageable by the time we get to year 2 or 3.
There is always an additional cost if you phase in the employer contribution rate increase. You can roughly split it into thirds, but then there's that additional interest cost for not having received the contributions you expected, et cetera. That might not be phrased right. And then that again impacts the third year, where again you waited and didn't receive the contributions that you had been expecting essentially 2 years ago. So there is always a added cost to the phase-in of an increase in contribution rate.
Trustee Harris?
We're talking about adopting. What if we just accept the report at this point, and at our next meeting with more analysis from our staff, Sarah?
We would need a board direction saying
Yeah.
you would like to have the investment return assumption, further reviewed and have it brought back at the July or even August meeting. You could go ahead and adopt the other demographic experience change recommendations, and there might also be an economic one in there regarding salaries. You could adopt those and then just postpone the action on the investment return assumption. I don't think the other changes are all that controversial. Although you don't have to adopt any of them today, they could all be adopted next time. But you might want to adopt those that aren't going to be subject to further analysis.
I'm not making a motion, I'm asking.
Right. Trustee Pashek.
So just looking at that, the changing the accounting way, the net administration, if you go, my understanding is that it takes it from the 2.93 to the 1.8%. And so
I think it's more the sum, the 2.9 plus the other part, 0.6 or something. So it's like 3.5 to 1.8, I think. There was the member side component.
Right,
as well.
so it's a change from a roughly 3% or
3.5-ish, yeah.
or whatever to the 1.8. The other pieces is still accounted for, but yes, it would still be an increase in the employer contribution rates. It just would be less.
right, instead of the 3 to 4, it'd be 1 to 2 or something, whatever.
One less, basically 1%.
Okay. Well, if you're ready for a motion.
I might add that, we can't really anticipate what the cost to the county would be at that point, because first of all, we're going to get new rates coming to us in November, I believe it is, although you said December. But also having, correct me if I'm wrong, but having less, that 30 million less on the uncovered liability, knowing that we don't know that exact number, but that would also tend to lower the cost of the county.
That's
Relative to
sort
what it
of
would
all, I think, included in the calculation of that increase in the employer rate being 1.8. They're not projecting additional requirement for an increase to the UAAL.
Before any of us formulate a motion, I'm not opposed to kicking this to August. Many of the things that appear minor or don't largely affect the final number, and we don't have any facts to dispute some of the other assumptions. So I have no problem with kicking it if legally we can, and adopting, having Chiron explain to us whether or not that discount rate or expected return rate is too high or too low. Robert thinks it's going to come in the same. others of us have the question, but I got here in 75 and was first employed by the county in 75. I was employed by other systems. I've seen the ups and downs of fundings over the years, and I've seen how this system is actually vastly improved, including backing away from their first trades in interest rate futures, which has got to be more than 20 years ago. Every system has a certain amount of unfunded liabilities, actuarial liabilities, except maybe PERS, but I don't follow the PERS thing. What I'm hearing is we should be looking for facts. We shouldn't be adopting something. I feel like if we avoid what we think is accurate, we're sticking our heads in the sand. County's in labor negotiations. You know, it's something that as people want more, you got to show them the numbers and say, hey, we're underfunded and it's going to get worse. We need to do this. We can't give you that. So I would only, from my perspective, say, let's not stick our heads in the sand. If we need to adopt, whether it's 6.25 or stay at 6.5, whatever the group agrees is the accurate way, we do that based on facts, not on threats or lack of, funding or blah, blah, blah. There's too many public institutions that are underfunded. There's private ones that were taken through bankruptcy. I think part of our goal is to take the safest route. The safest route is, our actuary says, put more money in, adopt the 6.25. If there's facts that say, well, that might be safer than this, but this is still safe, 6.5 is still safe, that's fine. The reason I mention August, because I'm missing the July meeting, because I had an airplane set before I came on the board. That being said, it might be easier for you to table it to July. That's a joke.
I mean, I think there was ample testimony made to how close the decision is between a 6.25 and a 6.5 assumed rate. We know that it's an extremely close, and that combined with the particular extraordinary situation that we have with the budget and I know that cannot be our primary. I agree completely. That cannot be our primary decision making, but I believe it can fortify our decision making process there. And so I don't think it's completely unreasonable to get us to have Chiron take a look at the numbers and make sure you maybe apply Horizon. I don't think those are. I don't believe at that point that we are shopping for the best deal for anybody. I think we're within our fiduciary duty to ask for that.
So, my experience is that, or my position is that I don't want to necessarily take the county's position into account necessarily, but I think what we've discussed today and what we've heard is that we're also talking about a round up, round down strategy, and we're looking at other comparisons that aren't necessarily our experience. And so, I don't know what's really taken into account when you figure out what some of those other plans, what their general philosophy is, what type of decisions they've made and how they've structured their investments. And so, we don't know what our June numbers look like yet. Maybe our numbers are still going to be really strong. And so for myself, I would not personally have an issue with staying with the 6.5 because I think we're talking about splitting a hair here, whether we're rounding up or we're rounding down. We're somewhere possibly in the 3.9 or 3 something, or so I don't know that I would support necessarily changing with this other proposed possible change in how we're doing it. I didn't hear them have a huge concern that sometimes the board may make a different assumption decision, and that if we stayed with 6.5, we would be really doing something, extreme and controversial to stay with 6.5. So for myself personally, I think we could wait if we want to wait and see where our numbers come in, just how we come out another month. I don't know what that means, but I would rather wait to see what happens with that than to make a decision to change how we handle.
So I would add just to mention, you know, we've had an outstanding year. We are likely to end, if everything is just calm in the financial markets over the next 15 days, right? We're going to have after smoothing, probably close to $70 million or more actuarial gain. And that's going to roll into our valuation that happens in October, November. That's going to be those rates would go into effect in fiscal year 28. So I'll mention to the board that there's a chance, and I think it's pretty good chance, that those experience gains and investment gains that we're almost, I shouldn't say almost certainly, right? But, you know, we really don't have that much farther to go, and we could lose a lot of money. I think there's a reasonable expectation, probably more than 50%, 50.1%, right? There's probably that chance that we've had such a good year, this experience is going to roll into almost a net, you know, maybe a flat impact on the plan sponsors in fiscal year 28, even if you were to accept these assumptions 100% as is today.
In other words, possibly a zero increase in unfunded actuarial.
A very little increase in the rates in fiscal year 28.
And I'm not as certain that in coming down that same conclusion that Robert has. Now, he's certainly looked at it much closer than I have. We have existing deferred gains right now. We're looking at another really good year. We'll recognize 20% of it and still defer amount. But I would not, based on my limited knowledge, say that I would expect there to be no increase or little increase to the employer contribution rate if you drop the assumed rate of return.
One advantage to having Chiron look at it and report back in August, Robert had some concerns on some of the components that made up and where they came from, made up the final number of expected return. Those could be addressed by Chiron looking at it. That's an advantage of pushing that into August.
Okay, so at this point, you know, looking for a motion or ready to offer one myself. Go ahead. Trustee.
Well, do you want to go for a motion?
Yes, I do. I would like to move that we accept the actuarial study presented today, with the exception of the assumed rate of return, and that we have Chiron come back. I would, August sounds good to me. I like July, but August for that reason, come back with with an affirmation or or perhaps some further information on the assumed rate of return.
I second that motion.
Okay, discussion.
Would then Chiron be able to work with the CAO's office on the impact?
I
mean,
don't
I
think so.
I wouldn't recommend that they work together, but
We can work with retirement.
Yes.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I would add, I support this motion because I think what we're looking for is those facts, right? And to make sure that we're comfortable with the facts.
And it very well could come back, and I mean, the county needs to be prepared for this, the plan sponsor, that if they affirm those numbers, this board really should adopt the 6.25. That would be, if we don't do it at that point, it would clearly not be consistent with our fiduciary responsibilities.
Is that part of the motion? No.
It is not, that's
I think
discussion on
that's
top of the
discussion.
motion. Yeah, I can't, there's no motion I can say now, I think that would prejudice how we vote in a future motion. Yes.
Yeah, just to go on with that, you know, it's not that we have to go to 3 or 6.25. There's other options too that we could look at that point.
Sure, there is 6.375.
Well, there's the administrative.
There really is that number. That number does exist, and I don't think I haven't thought of it. But yeah, there's the, once, as far as a phase-in goes, if we could always phase something in. That's a separate discussion, I believe. That's a totally, we won't vote on that. That would happen later, I believe.
Yeah, that would be part of
Yeah.
the June 30, 26 valuation that's presented in November. We could have
Right.
Chiron provide an illustration of a phase-in of the increase in employer rates, if applicable, versus just the increase or whatever the change is in the employer rate based on that valuation. But that would be part of the valuation study.
Right, and as Robert and I believe Doris pointed out, we won't know if there even will be an actual increase in rates because of this extraordinary year that we have had with our investment accounts. And who knows what else will come up in the meantime when they do their annual valuation. So we won't know that number. Further discussion? Public comment?
Does not appear there's any public comment.
So I guess we would just call for a vote at that point. Do we want to reread the motion to make sure that we're all clear on it?
I
Or
think
we
that
not?
would be good.
Sure. So the motion would be to adopt,
I thought it was accept.
accept the recommendations in the
Experience study.
actuarial experience study, except for the rate of return, and return that item in August with additional review from Chiron.
That sounds like it. Is there a difference between the accept and that word?
Well, we do need to adopt the other assumptions.
Right.
If we're just pushing that off until August,
You did say the
Accept.
word accept. You
Okay.
said accept the report and the recommendations,
right.
but we would actually want, I believe, an affirmative adoption of those other recommendations.
Can we amend the motion to have that be adoption of the other recommendations?
yes, adopt, and then Mr.
That's what
Lekowicz.
I thought I was seconding in the first place.
Okay. My bad for not knowing the
Thank you. So
exact
motion
phraseology.
and second is confirmed as adoption of the other items in the report and reviewing the rate of return, and we'll bring that back in August.
Jeff, that gives us what we need.
All right, Mr. Lekowicz,
Aye.
Ms. Cavanis,
Aye.
Mr. Haschak,
Aye.
Ms. Harris,
Aye.
Ms. Cubison,
Aye.
Chair Land,
Aye.
approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're released from jail.
Thank you, guys.
It was a pleasure
for-
getting to know
Yeah.
everyone, and
Yeah.
I'll miss coming up here, so
Thank you.
it's a beautiful
For
area.
your years.
Safe travels.
You can always come up for fun.
Yes. You're always.
I'll be the public comments, right?
There we go.
Dirk, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Yes.
Thank you, guys.
I'm sure we'll chat sometime in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure. And let us know.
We'll talk to you soon.
Of course. Not at all, not at all. Fine.
Okay. Should we wait for Doris to come back here?
Yeah, I think so.
Do we still have Callan online?
Or did we lose them?
You're still here? Thank you, Callan, for waiting.
Okay, and Robert, you had talked to me before that you wanted to open the investment matters with a brief announcement of some kind?
I did, trustees. I just wanted to let you be aware, we're going to try to change some of the investment education and presentation going forward. During the RFP for investment consulting services process, we had direction from the board at the end of that process to review some of the suggestions that were brought to us by the other investing firms. And part of that process is going to involve us trying to look at those recommendations over smaller, maybe more, what I would call more concentrated presentations from Callan. And so we're hoping that these shorter presentations of about a half an hour is what we're targeting. And we talked to Callan with that. They're on board with that. And that's the idea. So when you look at the board education calendar, which Doris has mentioned in her administrative update report, that's basically what we're doing. We want to make these a little bit more digestible and more focused. And that's going to necessitate us to hit more topics in order to get to have all these topics resolved by the time of our next asset liability study, which you saw we're planning on that in March of next year. So I just wanted to mention that. We've got Callan here.
Thanks for waiting.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, and I see we have the big three. I didn't know who was going to be here or present: Claire, Greg, and Hannah. Uh-oh.
Should we start?
It's very quiet though.
Yeah, on our side, our volume is down, I think.
I don't think so.
Can you keep talking?
It's
We're on the wrong speaker, I believe.
We are on the wrong
Scott?
speaker. Yeah, I was gonna say, no, I don't.
It's going to be really hard to make it all the way through and understand you.
It's quiet.
Very mousy, yeah.
Let's
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's our side. Yeah, you're super quiet.
You know, I think, let's try this. Okay, could you speak, Greg?
That's even worse.
That's even worse.
Your computer is turned down. Turn up the computer.
Okay, the computer volume
Over
itself.
here.
Okay.
Oh, now you'll probably be super loud, so. We had turned up that.
There it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I'm not sure
Okay,
how
try
that.
that.
Nope.
No?
You'll still need to switch back to the projector as your speaker output.
There we go. Right, now it's going to work.
That's
Test
right.
again?
Hello, Ukiah?
Yes.
Are we good?
Great. Wait, I don't, sorry, I don't know how that got changed.
No. Is the floor ours?
Yes,
Yes, it
Start?
is.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, great. Well, first of all, thank you all so much. The last time we were up in Ukiah with you was the finals presentation, and we very much appreciate the opportunity to continue working with you. And so thank you for that confidence. As Robert alluded to, you went through and you heard from a few different firms about different things you could be doing, different ways you can think about asset allocation. And we came up with a list of topics that may have piqued your interest or, created a question in your mind. And we thought, okay, well, let's go through these topics over the next several months in, as Robert alluded to, more bite-sized, consumable educational sessions to get you prepared for the asset liability study that we'll be conducting and completing in March, if all goes according to plan. And Hannah can pull up the screen, the presentation, and the first slide there shows you our game plan. So here is the topics we propose talking to you about over the next several months, and with the goal of making sure we're all on the same page or all have the educational background and thoughts talked about to get to us to that AL study in March. If there are other topics you want us to consider, just let us know, and we'd be glad to add it to the agenda. So for today, we're going to be talking about kind of asset allocation by purpose and risk allocation. And it's something that we've talked about and thought about in asset allocation recommendations to Mendocino over the years, but we want to make it a little more explicit and talking to you about it today. And I apologize to some of you, for some of you, this might be some basic stuff, but again, we're just kind of building the foundation. Because the first thing we'll talk about on the next slide is, it's flipping ahead, is, well, your current asset allocation. As you know, the majority of your assets are in equities, which we expect to have a return premium over the long run. You have an allocation to fixed income, 21%. That is a flight to safety sort of asset allocation, a risk reducer. And then we have allocation to real assets, which are anticipated to be a diversifier, a real return producer, and an inflation hedge. On the next slide, let's go back to the basics. And this is kind of like an investing 101 sort of thing. So this is the part where I apologize. This might be basic to some of you, but a lot of the asset allocation people do and work on is based on market portfolio theory created by this guy named Harry Markowitz back in the 50s. So Harry Markowitz was an academic, and he got a Nobel Prize eventually for all of the work he did. But what was really important for his work was the concept that you can describe asset classes by three numbers: what the return expectation is, what the risk expectation is, and the correlation between asset classes. And the big thing that he said, if you kind of define everyone by those three things, you can create a portfolio that is optimal, where you have the highest return expectation per unit of risk. So that's the big takeaway from Harry Markowitz, and a lot of our industry continues to work that way. So flipping ahead, let's talk about those three different key numbers. On this page, we talk about both return and risk. So Markowitz said those three things: return, risk, correlation. Return, the expected return of an asset class. You just spent a whole bunch of time talking about what the expected return is for the total portfolio. But the expected return is, on this chart, it's 7.4, right? But there's uncertainty around whether or not you will achieve that 7.4% return, especially over shorter time periods. That uncertainty about whether or not you'll hit the 7.4% return is what Markowitz called risk. Now, notably, that term risk, that's a different concept from what you and I might think of as risk on a day-to-day basis. Risk is losing money, losing principal, not getting your money back. From Markowitz's perspective and from this lens, risk is really what's the certainty around my projection. So it's a slightly different concept, but still a really powerful and important one. So risk in this context is, well, how wide is that distribution around my potential expected return? Okay, so I bring up this risk concept because I think you'll look at risk, and later we'll look at risk contribution per asset class. What we're not talking about is the probability of loss. It's the certainty around your projection. This chart here is a bell curve. It describes risk and return. Good question is, well, do the capital markets actually look like this? And on the next slide, we have the 1-year return achieved by the US stock market going back 235 years. And you'll see that, lo and behold, it actually is kind of shaped this way. A lot of things in nature happen to be shaped like a bell curve, where there's an average and then there's some distribution around it, and you have tails at the end, which greatly influence your perception of risk. But really, it's the definition of what the average is and then what is the standard difference away from that average. One thing I didn't mention is that average distance away from the average return, that's something called standard deviation. It's a statistics term, standard deviation. And that's the language we use in talking to you about volatility or risk. And we'll be looking at those numbers a little later. Okay, so Markowitz said three things: return, risk, correlation. Next chart here shows the concept of correlation. So pretend you've got two asset classes or two investments, and they have the same expected return, and they have the same volatility around that expected return, but they move slightly differently in time. And you'll see that we've got the green line here and the blue line here. If you add those two lines together, you get that yellow line. And that yellow line has the same expected return as the two individuals, but its variability around that return is less. The standard deviation is less. And that's because these two asset classes are not 100% correlated. Now, notably, you'll see that the two lines often move together. They don't have a correlation of -1. They don't have a correlation of 0. Just anything that is not correlated to 1 is diversifying at the end. So even if it's 0.7 correlated, it still diversifies a portfolio. And the thing is, on the next slide, the thing is in the markets, things are correlated to each other to some degree. We expect fixed income to be a diversifier over the long run and to act differently and in different ways to the stock market. But from time to time, they are positively correlated. We actually expect a slightly positive correlation between stocks and bonds, ever so slightly. There are few things that are negatively correlated altogether. Another concept that's important is correlations are not stable over time. They move up and down based on what regime you are in. And it's hard to predict when those regimes will change. On this chart, we're looking at the correlation of the fixed income market to the stock market. And you'll see it goes from positive 0.6 to negative 0.5, let's say. It moves over time, and it's really different from time to time based on what's driving returns in the market. You'll see the most recent spike in correlation in 2022. Well, that was because interest rates went up, and interest rates affected both stocks and bonds at the same time. So we're humble in our projections in return and risk, as well as correlation, because they do change over time. Next slide here. So with Markowitz, if you took all these different asset classes and you had return, risk, and correlation, you could go through and put them all together and create an efficient portfolio of combining stocks and bonds and real assets and everything else in the world that optimizes return per unit of risk for every level of risk and every level of return. That's called the efficient frontier. That's this blue line here. And when we do asset allocation, one of the main lenses we look at is this an efficient portfolio? Are we optimizing return per unit of risk? Return by the certainty around that expected return, right? And that actually flows through to a measure called the Sharpe ratio, which is excess return divided by standard deviation. So we look to build portfolios that are along this risk return spectrum. And that's the general process we take, and all based on the capital market theory from Harry Markowitz from 60 years ago. Let's move ahead, if that's okay, Hannah. So here are Callan's capital market expectations. You already spent a lot of time hearing your actuary's version of. And from time to time, Callan and the actuary may differ because we have different inflation expectations. We talk about geometric versus arithmetic. We have different time horizons. Is it 5, 10, 30 years? But these are Callan's expectations for the asset classes you currently invest in, and then the correlation matrix over to the right. And with all of these inputs, we can come up with efficient portfolios and expected returns over the long run. Let's flip ahead, Anna. Okay, so what is the output for your portfolio right now? Now, we have an expected return of 7.1 based on our capital market expectations as of December last year. And the certainty around that projection or volatility or risk is 12.4. That means within any given year, it's reasonable for us, we think it's reasonable to assume that the return is going to be anywhere between, let's say, -5 and +19, 2/3 of the time, right? That's the standard deviation number. Now, importantly, again, risk is not the loss of money. Risk is the certainty over the projection. So the asset allocation is on the left. And I think some people showed you the asset allocation through contribution to risk on the right. And so what is that saying? So that is saying the thing that's driving the volatility around your expected return are stocks. The contribution to risk, the contribution to the uncertainty of your projection is really driven by the stock market. You see that 58% is coming from equity, 39% is coming from international stocks. Real estate, real assets, infrastructure really isn't contributing a lot of total volatility to the portfolio. Now, what I want to say about this is that this is accurate. This is mathematically correct, but it's not the whole truth, right? It's not everything about asset allocation. The certainty around the return is coming from this, but what this chart doesn't really show is what is the uncertainty. It doesn't show the level of risk or the source of return coming forward. Let's flip ahead, Hannah, if that's okay. So just kind of breaking it down really quickly, the top chart here shows the contribution of volatility, where it's coming from, and the bottom chart is showing the contribution to return. As you'll see, the majority of both risk and return is coming from the stock components. You get a little bit from real estate and fixed income and infrastructure along the way. Look at that diversification number, that -2.7 at the top. That's the reduction in volatility because of correlation, negative correlations to each other. That eats up all the contribution or risk that's coming from real estate, fixed income, and infrastructure. So it doesn't show up on the previous chart we looked at because the diversifying effects makes it look like they don't contribute risk to the portfolio. But what they do is they lower the absolute volatility. They make that number 12.4 instead of it being 15.1. That's the contribution those asset classes bring to the portfolio, not so much that they are increasing the uncertainty of the projected return. And we have the contribution to return at the bottom here. There's something called volatility drag here. In converting an arithmetic return to a geometric return, a more volatile portfolio will reduce that number. Yes.
To stocks, what are negative correlation asset classes?
Well, they change over regimes, but there are few that are persistently negatively correlated. The tongue-in-cheek answer would be shorting the stock market, right? If you short the stock market, if you're a long short portfolio, all the shorts should be negatively correlated to the stock market, but they should also have a negatively expected return. Some portfolios have low correlation or zero, commodities or fixed income or something like that, but most asset classes tend to have a positive correlation to each other.
Thank you.
Okay, let's flip ahead. Okay, and this is getting a little bit to the point that I had before. So top pie chart here, this is your portfolio. Expected return 7.1, certainty around that projection 12.4, contribution to risk to the right. Okay, now hypothetically, let's say you had 95% of your money in cash and 5% in stocks. Is that a riskier portfolio or a more conservative portfolio? Well, obviously it's a more conservative portfolio. The volatility here is 1.2. But if you look at the pie chart to the right, someone could come in and say, you're only taking equity risk. Oh, okay, yeah. The only thing that's driving the uncertainty around my projection is equities, but I have a risk of 1.2, right? So the point here is that the contribution to risk and total risk are not the same thing. Let's look at a standard endowment model. So this is like if you're an endowment foundation and you've got a really diversified portfolio, a lot of private equity and stuff like that. If you look at the pie chart to the right, the contribution to volatility, the pie chart, there are more colors in there and it's less into US equity. But you note that the volatility is actually higher, right? So it doesn't tell you the whole story. So we're concerned about the level of volatility, the source of return, the source of that volatility, and whether it's an efficient portfolio at the end of the day. Okay. So we'll change gears now, unless there's some questions. And we'll talk a little bit about asset class and the purpose we have for different asset classes. So any asset class we invest in, we expect things of it. We want it to give us return, reduce risk. Some of them give us an inflation hedge, and some of them provide diversification. There's always a trade-off with all of them. And some of the concerns about some diversifying asset classes historically have been fees and liquidity, complexity, whether we can implement it or not. So those are all of the kind of trade-offs that we have for different asset classes. Moving forward, there's a paradigm that some people talk about, and there's a hedge fund called Bridgewater. Ray Dalio set it up, was a founder, and he created this framework to think about different asset classes. And some people may have shared this with you. This is one reason we brought it up, and I thought I'd kind of just share our thoughts about it. And the paradigm that Ray Dalio came up with to create this levered portfolio he runs, called the all-weather portfolio, is that there are different regimes that go through the market. And the regimes can be described in a two-dimensional rubric. One is, do we have high growth or low growth? And the other is, do we have high inflation or do we have low inflation? And then you go through and say, oh, what asset class will do well in each of these environments? And you can come up with different asset classes. So high growth, high inflation, inflationary stuff like commodities or real estate might do well then. Really low growth, high inflation like bonds might do well then. Low growth, low inflation. So that's the deflationary scenario that we were talking about just a few years ago. That's government bonds and cash. And then high growth, low inflation, the Goldilocks, that's where stocks and corporate bonds do the best. Now, it doesn't mean stocks don't do okay in the other environments, but that's where they do the best. So this is a framework for you to say, okay, am I diversified based on potential economic scenarios that might be out there? Now, some people then take the next step in the process and say, well, I should be equally allocated to each of these scenarios and have as much risk in my portfolio coming from each scenario. I personally think that's where this argument weakens a little bit, because why should we assume that the same probability is assigned to each of these four potential scenarios? Why should we assume that the Federal Reserve can't control inflation? Why should we assume that we will not have growth on average? Why should we assume that we're going to be deflationary? Why do we assume that? And oh, by the way, a lot of those assumptions are built into our return and risk expectations that we put in our capital market expectations. So to me, that's where this paradigm loses a little bit for me. Now, having said that, admittedly, your portfolio is tilted towards growth, that there will be economic growth in the world. And that will benefit stocks, that'll benefit real estate, that'll benefit infrastructure and corporate bonds. That is a key tenet to investing in a risk premium. And that is embedded within your portfolio for sure. Let's flip ahead. And here are the different asset classes that might do better in different time periods, whether it's, mitigating risk, growth, real assets, or diversifying assets. Now, one thing that's important to me on this slide is, in the risk mitigation, we've got 21% of the portfolio allocated to bonds. And because it's that, and because the general purpose is to mitigate downside equity risk, we've historically let that portfolio be pretty simple. Really exposed to interest rates, really exposed to high quality credit, being very liquid, because that's generally the purpose that we want that portfolio to have. So anytime you allocate to a riskier fixed income asset class, whether it's private credit or something else, we would generally say, well, if you do that, you should probably be allocating to it from your growth portfolio, because it's not that flight to quality sort of asset class.
Equity allocation is what
Correct. And then the question is, well, which do you expect to have a higher Sharpe ratio, be more diversifying, have a higher return? And that's a valid argument, whether you think private credit will do that or equities will do that. And final chart, I think, my memory serves me correctly, is okay. So we kind of talked about allocating to things by risk and by allocation. And okay, on the right-hand chart here, you'll see that about 60% of the portfolio is allocated to growth-oriented assets. About 20% is risk mitigating, and about 17% is more inflation hedging component, but also with a growth tilt. One of the things we say about real asset portfolios is do no harm. Don't put a bunch of things in there that is really going to drag down your expected return, because you're waiting for that inflation kicker as well. So that's why we have a bit of a bias for private real estate and infrastructure. And if you look at the bottom chart here, we'll acknowledge that the growth portfolio contributes to the highest amount of uncertainty about every quarterly return. It's not really coming from the risk mitigating portfolio by design, or the real asset portfolio.
Would remind trustees that when Makita came in, this sort of chart on the right-hand side was one of their big recommendations that we should be thinking about. That we should be thinking about the asset allocation by purpose, the chart on the right there. And you may also have noticed, if you were to wander around other Searle Systems investment policy statements, like I often do, that a lot of these other systems report their asset allocation like, and they describe them like the chart on the right, as opposed to the chart on the left, which is, the other way, I guess, with the way that we do today.
I mean, couldn't we just convert the left graph into the right one and show both?
We certainly could do that
already, somewhat.
Yeah. But this is sort of just an explicit acknowledgement of what Makita was saying in their presentation to us. That when we're thinking about the asset classes, we should be thinking about them. This is what they were saying to us, that we should be thinking about them in this purpose sort of way.
Which goes back to Greg's earlier comment that if you added a fixed income like maybe high yield or foreign debt or something like that,
Bank
it
loans.
would be in your growth bucket and you'd be reducing your actual equity exposure is what they would recommend. So even though you call it fixed income, in that case, that particular type of fixed income is a growth asset instead of a risk mitigator.
And that would also be reflected in capital market assumptions as well, right? You would see markedly higher rates of real return.
So one side comment I'd make there is we at the educational breakout session we talked about TPA, and there's a little bit of corollary to this. If you had an investment policy statement that just said, I want to invest 62% in growth, that I from a governance perspective, I think you need more definition than that. You need to say, well, what are the asset classes? Because we can't invest in growth alone, right? We acknowledge that the equity portfolios are a component of growth and that credit is a part of growth. But I wouldn't, sometimes these policy statements can be written in a way that just gives such broad discretion that you lose control of the actual asset allocation of, okay, what's real assets? Well, what is it? Because I can't invest in real assets. I can invest in real estate, though. I can invest in infrastructure, though, and we can make those dedicated allocations. So we just wanted this kind of be the first primer, kind of a quick run through, 20, 30-minute sort of education session. And that's all we have for today.
Any questions?
The next slide is some key takeaways where it summarizes everything that he kind of already discussed. So that's a handy one to refer back to.
Okay, are there any questions for the Kellen folks while we're all here?
Thank you.
Well, they are all here. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Callan. Thanks.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
All right, that moves us to quarterly real estate update. Robert Ravelis, Retirement
Trustees.
Financial.
Thank you. Trustees, you have the quarterly real estate and infrastructure updates. They're a little late with all the RFP work that we were doing, but they provide a good update for you. One thing I'd mentioned for Trustee Lekowick's benefit that I didn't explicitly mention in the real estate memo is that we did last year decide to close the Barings investment, and we have initiated that process. We're going to be liquidating that investment, and we're going to be moving into replacement fund, LaSalle Property Management Fund.
I think you mentioned in orientation.
Yeah, and I may have, but I think I forgot to mention that explicitly in the memo for the real estate. As another update, we just a few days ago finalized our side letter agreement with the LaSalle Fund, so that's very exciting. We're going to be making a commitment, a small commitment initially, effective July 1. So the process has been sort of a long extended discussion with their lawyers, and that process is finished, and we're going to be moving forward. So we're going to see additional funding happen, not in the July quarter, but in the October quarter. So that number will be very small. I expect it to be maybe $5 or $6 million to start, but we're moving that direction. So I just wanted to mention that explicitly. Also for the new trustee, the infrastructure update, I tried to lay out there the what actually is core infrastructure, so I hope that was helpful. And I don't have any other comments.
Questions, comments?
Not on the real estate one, but he jumped into the core infrastructure, which
That's-
is 3C. Are you
Yeah.
going further down the line?
We could.
But
I
just
usually
think
I think of those as together. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me just, I'll throw out 2 questions. The second one you can't, I mean, I don't expect you to answer today, but the first one on core infrastructure, our strategies target 4 to 6% annual distributions, which in my mind is yield, rather than capital appreciation. 2 subparts of that, how the heck are they performing at 9 to 10%? Where's that coming from? And then why undershoot the 6.5 or 6.25 that is our goal, our assumption?
So the key part of the target is that it's a target, and it is a targeted range of 4 to 6%. We have one manager, JP Morgan, that has basically met that 6% target, absolutely. The other manager hasn't met that. Part of the reason that that IFM hasn't met that is we've been in a environment that has allowed infrastructure assets to perform very well on both a cash flow basis and a capital appreciation basis. However, IFM has not returned as much money back to shareholders. They haven't reached that 6% or even really 4% target like when they presented to us in 2019. They decided that they would rather use those funds, to expand the portfolio. And that's something that I have talked about, and I explicitly actually mentioned those acquisitions at the portfolio company level. So if you were to look at the final chart in the infrastructure update, it's got 3 charts on it, one of them being the number of investments, one being leverage in the fund, and one being net asset value. You can see that the net asset value of both of the funds has sort of steadily increased. So what they're doing, both of the funds, are taking all that cash flow that they've been receiving and reinvesting it by buying and expanding their businesses. So part of the additional return, right, of 4%, like for JP Morgan, they give you this 6% income return, plus there's this 4% appreciation. That's just coming as a function of currency, right? There's a few other attributes buried in there, one of which is currency changes, and the other is expansion of the business through purchases by buying other types of businesses that operate either adjacent to or a direct competitor within the particular portfolio company. And I've called out a few of those in this particular memo.
I was looking at the very last other metrics table, and that's where I was coming up with the 9 to 10% over the number of years, a 5-year period. So
they've performed well in an environment that's been suitable for them.
So they're not distributing all their cash flow; they're using it to basically have more assets. Okay. And so some of that's unrealized gain, basically. Market value. The second question, which can't waste time on today, but you could find it and give it to me later if you want. I struggle with the definition of infrastructure, as you know, as a category of, as I've asked a few people, what is it? What are the limits of it? I think one way to answer it, your examples give me some ideas, but I think that's not a definition. I think if go to JP Morgan's and IFM, their actual prospectus, they will tell us what their definition is, which may be different from each other, and what the limits of those funds are. Now that's a little bit deeper dig than most people want to know, but I'd like some framework on infrastructure since we put 6% in. What is our framework? When I read the examples, we're all over the world.
Well, I would like to point out that at the top of page 2, there is sort of the working definition of infrastructure in the way that Robert thinks of it here, as far as it being an open-ended infrastructure assets that are monopolistic, long-lived, and have high barriers to entry and things like that. So that's sort of a high-level definition that says, that might be utilities, pipelines and things like that.
Again, I'm looking for some framework that we're fiduciaries. I want to know what the limits are of infrastructure when we say, here's 6%, here's what we think infrastructure is, or we want to know what your fund defines it as.
Well, each fund will say that they focus in certain areas, but you can see there's a broad range of exposure. They may be midstream energy or other things, but their prospectus would describe it in high, broad terms. So they have some flexibility, but it's going to be those types of assets that provide high barriers to entry, monopolistic, and good cash flow typically, whether that means a toll road, a port, an airport, or midstream energy like pipelines and other things, transmission lines.
Yeah, so I kind of would answer this in two ways. Number one, the managers 100% would tell you what I've listed, these 5 items on the bottom of page 1. That's what they would say to you.
I don't mean to take the board's time because this is kind of one of my
That's okay. No. And so that's what they would say, which is basically what Doris is saying. Now, when you ask the question, well, what sectors are they actually involved in? That's why in this report, farther down, there's those charts on page
Starting like page
10, page 10 and 11. Those kind of give you a sense for what sectors
Seaport, toll roads.
have the 5 characteristics that are listed up in the front of the page. In the case of IFM, it's toll roads, it's seaports, it's airports, it's midstream, which is a technical term for pipelines, it's utilities.
What are the limits of when we give them 6%?
When you say limit, do you mean portfolio construction limits, or?
What the limits are in terms of quality, location, types of assets. That's all I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Examples don't quite do that. Even if we just trust JP Morgan, that's fine with me. They're doing well. Your choices are good, or our investment managers' recommendations. I think the board still needs to know that, hey, somewhere in the Caribbean we're reactivating, or one of our investments is involved in Venezuela oil being moved to storage.
And that's why I mentioned that, right? I mentioned that in the memo because I do think you should be aware of that.
I'm talking about a framework.
Well, the managers do have broad discretion. They can move to different parts of the globe. There's no necessarily restriction from us, and there may or may not be limitations on the mandate within their portfolio,
Some
but
of
to some
them do.
do.
Yes, some of them do have those limits. Often managers will have all of those limits, whether it's geography limit, construction limit, currency limits.
This is all I'm looking for, is a framework that is more defined. I don't want to take any more time.
When they presented, and the board chose these managers back in 2019 to add infrastructure, that was probably part of the presentation, like, oh, we don't invest in this region, or we don't invest in that particular type of asset, but we do all these other things. And that's subject to change a little bit over time, probably too, as far as where their assets are located as they move in and out of assets.
I can definitely follow up with some of those. What I would say is a portfolio construction limit is what I'm hearing from you. So I can follow up with a table with that information absolutely in the next
Maybe I withdraw the question.
That's right. He can send you something.
I don't want our investments to end up in Belarus.
I think, and I think that's actually a good point. I believe we did lose, one of our investments did lose something in Russia. Is that, if memory serves? Or am I misremembering?
No. Yeah. I mean, but
so
again,
geopolitical risks are there.
You need to know it and maybe say, okay, we don't want that fund if they're doing that.
Well, and, you know, where things stood 6, 7 years ago, things changed. Now, there have been a couple of assets, even in the UK, I'm thinking of a water district, that did lose some money. There's no guarantee that everyone's going to hit it out of the park, but they have been very strong performers, and they have a well-diversified portfolio of the types of things that they're investing in. So he will follow up with you with some, what they have as guidelines, but.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Robert, are you done with the infrastructure?
Yes.
And
Yep.
okay, so that moves us on to D, I believe, preliminary monthly investment performance report.
Trustees, you have the May monthly performance report in front of you. You know, we're getting close to the end of the year. Things are progressing well. We actually got some money back from JP Morgan, so that's bringing our target, that's bringing our infrastructure allocation closer to target, under the expectation that those funds are going to go into the new real estate managers when they call that money in October. We already know they're not going to be making the call for July.
So we had a very strong month, 921. Where was the bulk of those gains from? Still domestic equities?
Equities, yeah, you can see this by looking at the 1, 2, 3, fifth, in the fifth column there, you can see that 12 million came from the Vanguard S&P.
Which page are you on?
He's on page 2.
On page 2.
Where it shows the
Okay,
investment return in dollars.
Oh, investment return in dollars,
Yeah.
yes. Will there be more further rebalancing activities coming short?
Oh yeah, we are back to our target on fixed income. I have continued to rebalance out of equities. You know, honestly, it feels like every time we pull 10 million out of equities, they just go even higher, and we got to pull more. So that's a good problem to have.
Yes.
But I am absolutely well aware of the year end upcoming here in the next 10, 11 days. And that's an absolute focus to make sure that we're good to go in terms of our target allocations that we can affect, which we are.
Outstanding. Further questions or comments on the monthly, preliminary monthly investment report? Okay, now we're getting into item E, board, okay, this is one that requires board direction, AB merger recommendation. And this is Robert again.
Trustees, you have the board memo here requesting written consent, which I can provide at your direction, of a merger that is happening between our parent company of an investment manager, Alliance Bernstein, AB. So there's a merger happening. Multiple other stakeholders need to approve it, not just us, but of course, because we've got money in the AB small cap growth strategy, we have to approve that. So in the memo here, I lay out that it's happening, that what the expected benefits of the transaction are going to be, and my primary concern, which I mentioned, is the shifting of the $100 billion in assets under management into AB. We just want to be aware that that's happening and watch that transition closely. AB manages almost $900 billion, so this is like a 10% increase in their expected AUM once this transition happens. That can put undue pressure, depending on where that money is going into, on investment teams and the organization. So that's my primary concern. It's not a big enough concern to not approve the merger.
So is there a policy that, or a practice where if one of our investment managers is bought out, that we need to, the board here needs to reapprove our contract or our investments with them?
There's not a specific policy that we have. There are SEC policies that need to be followed, and that's what this consent process is for. In addition, it's just a good governance for you all to be aware that this is going on.
And you also spoke with Callan regarding this. They did not raise any serious concerns regarding it, and the recommendation is that the board provide direction so he can provide written notice and supporting the merger, essentially.
I'm okay with providing that guidance. Anybody else? Oh, everyone? Or is everyone okay with it?
Yes.
Guidance
I
has
hear-
been granted.
Thank you.
All right. Item E,
Which is
This is
the
custodial
custodial
bank.
contract extension.
right.
Our current contract with State Street Bank, who is our custodial bank, terminates on November 30th of this year. We're looking for board direction on whether to issue an RFP or commit to the one-year extension, which I believe is the last one-year extension on their existing contract. Staff's recommendation is to execute the one-year extension of the contract and not to issue the RFP.
I was surprised that while the .96 looks high, the actual number seems low to me. That it's, if you're happy with the services and it's only costing us a little over $6,000 a month, I mean, I was surprised that those are.
There's a huge variation of the services a custodial bank provides. We do not do any security lendings because
Okay.
we don't own any separate accounts, which accounts for why our fees are sometimes on the lower side. But then again, on the dollar value, many of the other systems are much larger. They're receiving different services.
Further comments, questions? If I would agree with the recommended item here.
Do we need a motion on the last two items? Like this
That
one?
they can simply be direction.
Okay.
Directions, yeah. So unless, I mean, I don't see any reason to issue an RFP. I guess we'll have to do it next year, though.
We would not necessarily have
okay.
to. We could come back and ask the board about executing a new contract with them.
Well, so the current contract includes an automatic one-year extension.
Okay,
Oh, is
that's-
it an evergreen?
It is an
I'm sorry.
evergreen.
and
It
that's-
is an evergreen.
Okay, so
Yeah,
perpetually
yeah.
one-year extension?
Yeah.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
Unless you guys wanted to move on, I would see no reason not to continue with them. I mean.
Okay. Direction to go ahead and
All right,
execute a one-year
that
extension.
closes out item F, I believe, or is there more?
No, we're on to item
Custodial
4.
bank. Okay, item 4, pension, I'm going to try to power through.
It should be quick
With
from
everybody's, we should be able to make it through to closed session and take a break right before that. Pensional, item 4, pensionable determinations of police leave differential pay code.
So the county is asked to create a new pay code. The new pay codes have to come to the board for adoption and determination on whether or not they are includable in pensionable compensation or not. This is actually sort of a cleanup code to make life easier on payroll, on our staff. Currently, the existing police code is all pensionable, but when someone's out on police leave, they just replace it with all of their pay on that pensionable code. Then they have to go in and make manual adjustments to take out the contributions that auto-calculate, for their non-pensionable premium pays. So by having this separate code, it avoids the increased risk of errors and improves the data coming over to us. It just makes life easier all the way around. This code is non-pensionable for all groups.
Okay, we do this about twice a year. Does anybody want to offer a motion?
I move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Judy?
Mr. Leckwich?
Aye.
Ms. Cavanis?
Aye.
Mr. Haschak?
Aye.
Ms. Harris?
Aye.
Ms. Cubison?
Aye.
Chair Land?
Aye.
Approved.
Let's monitor that pay code the first time we get it. Make sure you guys get it correctly in the transmittal file.
Sure. I assume somebody notified IT about it. And actually, it might already be in use. They told us after the fact, so I think it actually
By
is
default,
coming across.
it will work. Item 5, acceptable use of artificial intelligence policy. Doris Rentschler, Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Land. I've worked with council on this for a number of months, including discussions with other systems and county IT. This policy is to establish basic guidelines for staff use of artificial intelligence tools, also requirements on our vendors and consultants, whether we're purchasing an AI tool or whether our consultant or vendor uses it in the work they provide for us. So it's just a framework to define the acceptable use. Our service contracts that we execute with our consultants also has an exhibit that talks about the use of AI and dovetails into this policy, and then I will defer to Jeff in case he has other comments regarding the policy.
No, I mean, I think that's a good summary. I did talk with other systems and see where they are, and obviously the larger systems are way deep into AI and they have huge IT staff. I think a few systems were questioning whether they wanted to use AI at all, and I think they concluded that yes. I mean, I know there are some risks or concerns, but I don't think you can, I don't know if I want to use the phrase, put your head in the sand. I mean, there's certainly a lot of advantages, and to not include, you know, some reasonable use where there's oversight and protections are put in place. You know, I can't say there's absolutely no risk, but we're certainly mindful of member data and other confidential information, and I think this is a great starting policy. It's constantly, it's a very fluid thing, so we said we'd come back every year instead of every 3 years, and it may even be more often than that. One trustee has already provided some suggestions, and Doris and I will review those, and
If I could pass it out, and I suggest some other things. I did this morning, pass it that way. And again, it might come back to too many chefs in the kitchen.
pros and cons of having an attorney on the board.
Right, it can be a problem. I don't render legal opinions for him or the board, but I can give you a few examples. This one was, I'm not wedded to the language. It's just something I threw out this morning, and my wife kindly typed it up for me.
I believe we do have a provision that you have to disclose when you use AI. That is certainly in the county AI policy. Did that not make it in?
I think if you look at F, transparency and explainability, acknowledge the use of AI, and that's F2.
And let me give you an example on F. Transparency and explainability. I jump back to the headline. Part 2 is not really guidelines. These are requirements for AI usage. I think we want them as requirements, not guidelines. But on F, for instance, the attorney in me crossed out the word acknowledge, and basically, because what does that mean? I verbally tell you or note it somewhere. I put in disclose in writing, and then the next thing on that sentence, I struck the word substantial, because that's what gives attorneys work. I mean, what's substantial development? I think if we're getting reports and recommendations that have almost any kind of AI, which it's coming, and we're getting it now probably, I think we need to know. Now, my wording isn't perfect, and there's too many words in the K guideline I added, or not guideline, requirement, but acknowledge is not the same thing as disclose in writing. Substantial development of content is not the same as development of content, okay?
So I did mention that this policy sort of dovetails and works in conjunction with our service contract, which has a separate exhibit that covers data privacy, security, events, and artificial intelligence. So some of those items that you bring up might be further addressed in the exhibit to the service agreement, but we can look at the language here and.
But this applies to employees, staff, board, and people who present things to us, not just whatever's in a particular vendor's contract.
So this is a minimum guideline for vendors, as we see here. I believe that the service contract would actually add further requirements onto that.
Well, I will give you another example of wording. Under 2, Roman numeral 2, number 1, this policy applies to employees, trustees, contractors, consultants. The word I stuck in there was vendors, because all of a sudden vendor shows up in the statements, but it doesn't show up as being, I mean, clearly you can argue a vendor is a contractor.
Well,
But-
in part, the term vendor used in that specific item below, which I think was, I'm sorry, I don't know where exactly it was.
It's under part
I.
HI.
Okay.
And
Part of these requirements are, if we go out to a company to buy an AI tool, they are an AI vendor, and their requirements are slightly different than our mail services provider or our consultant for investments and other items like that. So there is a slight distinction between companies that we might go out to purchase AI tools and systems versus a vendor that we contract with who uses AI in production of their materials and review of our, in service of our contract. So that probably could be clarified better because the distinction between what type of vendor is being discussed is not clear. And even in that section I think about vendor requirements, it's merged between those that apply to third-party companies that we go out to purchase AI tools and systems from versus requirements that we put upon consultants who may use AI in development of their work product for us. So, but this is like I said, a first goal, a first go around. We realize there will be changes needed to it. We talked about holding it a month, but Alex felt that it was important to kind of bring it forward and get at least a policy in place, and that we could further refine it as needed in the months going forward.
Can we adopt it with the strengthening of the one provision there for removing the ambiguous language, I believe, or the waffling language?
Which one? Which one?
Substantial.
As far as the vendor goes, I mean, there would be no problem adding vendor to that.
Right,
list.
we can
That's not-
break those out
that's not
separately. I don't know which ambiguous language you want.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down.
F2?
Yes,
Well,
yes, yeah.
So then that's a policy call for the board. Do you want it to apply even if it's, no matter the size of the use, if you can even, how do you characterize, if there's any even minimal use of AI? And I think the suggestion was that it's in writing. So, how restrictive do you really want to be?
There's
So
folks who
you're-
draft an email and then they run it through AI to, improve the readability or remove any hostile tone or something like that. Does that have to be disclosed in writing to, us that?
I'm starting to get used to and not fight AI because of my kids and grandkids, but I'm starting to see also when you hit a news blurb or a stock recommendation or whatever, there's a disclosure saying this was either wholly or partly generated by AI, period. Maybe you don't need to know which app did it. Okay?
So-
But I think a disclosure.
Yeah, I changing acknowledge to disclosure, I believe the county policy
They're on
uses the
F2.
term disclosure.
I'm just highlighting vendors. It specifically refers to vendors there.
Just not in the,
F2.
not in the top
Right, and
list
then,
of people that the
items
policy
So
pertains
I
to.
think we're going to two different issues here. So if we
Right.
could go back to
Okay.
F2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we want to strike the word substantial from bullet F2?
So I do want to remind the board, and I appreciate the feedback, honestly I do. And
Yes.
if I were to take an attorney eye at it, I kind of see where you're coming from. But I do want to remind the board that historically, the board has been a high-level policy-making board, and I'm not sure whether this starts to get into how the executive director wants to implement and work with her staff. But I see what you're saying about acknowledge and substantial, but if you do change that, that's quite a substantive change, and you certainly can do it. I don't see it as a legal issue. I mean, do you want people every time they touch AI to put that in writing in some fashion?
I would just mention, in case the board didn't know, pretty much every company out there and staff use AI in some way, shape, or form.
And that's why we wanted to get the policy in place as soon as possible, because there are some really critical things like member data and, the privacy. And so, the big picture pieces are in there. And I'm not saying that reasonable minds couldn't disagree on some of the terminology, but I think the guts of it are really critical, and certainly want to adopt it. And it's certainly within the board's discretion to change some of the language. I'm not trying to discourage it, but I'm just trying to point out pros and cons.
If Robert comes to us with a detailed recommendation on investments, et cetera, even if, I want to know how much he's using AI to create that.
And that would absolutely apply here, because that would be substantial content, substantial development.
Well, again, that's where attorneys make their money.
Define substantial.
You're right, AI is being used to kind of tone down a letter or something, but what's it take to have that little disclosure, like when I click
That'll
on
come
a
up
news
in the
article?
training and when Doris meets with her staff, and that's my view, but we could easily delete that word.
When Callan makes their recommendations, don't we want to know how much AI is being used? On which items, which recommendation? Now, obviously, I'm behind the century or the decades, but I think we need to know. In other words,
I don't disagree. I think the only question is, do you want to delete the word substantial or change it to something else?
well, I'm no longer employed, so.
Shanice, you have a question?
I think if the expectation is that the data that's being obtained through using AI is supposed to be verified in some other way, I think that's where you're going to have to let that be the requirement, because I think it's not realistic to remove the word substantial. It comes up everywhere. It comes up when you do a Google search, whether you're getting anything from AI. And there are a lot of cases where people are not necessarily using AI to change the actual factual information, but are more using it for readability or grammar accuracy, as opposed to developing a report for content.
It's a fine line, yeah.
I think that it would be, in my personal opinion, I think that that's taking it too far. Unless that's the standard, everybody's going to put at the bottom of every email. When society reaches that point, fine, in my personal opinion. But
yeah, I agree. There are some uses of AI that would be the equivalent of when we used to do Google searches to get a definition on a word, and I wouldn't feel like I should have to disclose that, because I would do that every day. Yeah, I think we should probably adopt the policy as is, and then maybe come back in a year and see if we need to alter that. In the meantime, the training aspect of it, we can. I was curious about that. Was it annual training?
That's still kind of out there now. Certainly,
biannual training. Okay, either way,
it's things like training on how to draft good prompts if you're using a chat tool to get a better quality output. It could be training on a specific tool, or if we actually purchase a integrated AI system that works with our pension system or something else, that it would be training from the vendor on those. So training is broad, but I think right now it's still being determined as to what exactly the training would encompass, including training staff on, the confidentiality and sensitivity of member data and the restriction that that is not used by us in any AI tool.
Given the speed of the evolution of AI, I would think that we have to review it maybe every 6 months for.
The minimum 1 year is just that. Whenever we think that there's a change that is significant to warrant bringing the policy back to the board, we may be bringing it back every month, who knows? But right now, we did set the minimum review at a year. We could look at lowering that. I know Robert had a lot of questions about the policy when he read it, some of which have been raised here, like the training and things of that nature. So we know that this is not 100% going to cover everything at this point in time. It was really to create a framework and have something in place because we are dealing with this with our consultants, the actuary, the investment consultant, all of those types of things. MMRO, yes. Mm-hmm.
No, I meant your staff.
Yeah, staff.
They're using AI and
When,
we don't have a policy
when they
right
can,
now.
when they can't, etc.
One last thing, and I agree something is better than nothing, but E1, for instance, E1. Authorized personnel must review AI outputs used to inform consequential decisions affecting members or staff. Why isn't it also the Board of Trustees? Members,
So
staff,
if I
or Board of
draft
Trustees?
something for a member education program, do you want that member education program to come to the board for approval before I present it to?
No, this is a generalized thing.
Well, I'm just giving you an
In other words-
example of what would we need to bring to the board.
It's not bringing it to the board. This talks about somebody has to review.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
that's all. In
The
other words,
review is someone in our organization, right now it's me, who can say, yes, you used AI in development, the content of that newsletter, and I review the newsletter and approve it.
I'm not worried about the newsletter. I'm worried about the basically reports and recommendations. And all I'm saying there is that sentence applies only to decisions, consequential decisions affecting members or staff. And my question is, why isn't members, staff, and Board of Trustees? That's the question.
We can certainly include the Board of Trustees as affected parties.
That's all I'm asking. It's the last minor point, and I do agree something is better than nothing.
Shamish, you had a
No,
question?
I just wasn't sure. When he was just trying to get at adding the word at the end of the sentence, not to the
Right.
Yeah.
review.
It
So
makes
it's
sense.
affected members, affected staff, affected, trustees. If the output affects trustees, it should be no. As far as what comes to the.
Well, and I guess just for my own clarification, that's already set out in the scope in 1A,
Yeah.
that it does apply.
Employees,
So
trustees, contractors.
it obviously
consultants.
would apply to trustees in that other section also, because it applies to everybody.
Well, I think it's two
and
different
there are
things.
two different contexts in which they're used there. One is use of AI by trustees, and item E here is that someone needs to be responsible for oversight of materials that come to the board that used IT because they would be an affected party there. And I'm happy to add
Yeah, we can
the
have that.
Board of Retirement to item E1.
Yeah.
And so you may see it again next month, or it might be August. It depends on when I get around to tweaking these, some changes.
Okay, so it looks like we're not in a position to adopt. If we're
No, I think we
No,
can.
please,
I thought we
adopt
said,
it
did we
with-
agree with one change? Did we agree to more than one change?
Right now, I have the one change noted. The others I can certainly look into. I would like to see it adopted now, so we have some sort of policy in place, and then we can certainly go back and make as many revisions to it as necessary.
Did you have another?
No, fine. I move that we adopt the policy adding the word trustees to E1.
Great.
Thank you for a motion.
Second, okay.
Discussion? I think we exhausted it. It'll be coming back soon. So Judy?
Okay. Mr. Leckwig?
Aye.
Ms. Cavanis?
Aye.
Mr. Haschak?
Aye.
Ms. Harris?
Aye.
Ms. Covison?
Aye.
Chair Land?
Aye.
Approved.
Item 6, administrative report. Doris Rentschler, Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Land. We've created a new educational board calendar. It is attached as a separate document on the website. This is a little more detailed than Callan's because I also included other educational items that we're preparing for the board. The blue shaded cells are when we have quarterly investment updates because those are a big item. The orange shaded cells are when we have managers coming in to do an educational presentation, and the green is when we have a special presentation like the annual valuation and the asset liability study, just so trustees can kind of see where we have maybe some big important items coming forward, you know, in advance where we're anticipating those items will land. So please, utilize that board education calendar. Also, if you ever have any suggestions for education, please reach out to Robert or I. We're happy to add those to the list. Now, the next item on the admin report is the board performance evaluation. The board's policy regarding board performance evaluation is that it is conducted annually or as directed by the board. So that process typically runs July through September, with the report being presented to the board in October, November timeframe. I'm wanting to know whether the board wishes to pursue a board performance evaluation this year. And that can be direction, it doesn't require a motion.
Alex?
Yes?
No.
No? We have a no?
What is a board performance evaluation exactly?
It's long and cumbersome.
It's usually an item that is around 20 questions. It asks you things about whether or not you feel the board is working together to achieve goals of the system, if you have met your fiduciary obligation, if you feel you have met your fiduciary obligation to the system, etc. I'm happy to share past questionnaires with you if you'd like to see it.
No, I remember what it is.
Okay, I thought so.
I'm okay to skip it this year.
Me too.
With dread, exactly.
Okay, it looks like the consensus is to skip it for this year.
Thank you.
I'm afraid to be evaluated.
That's all right. You're not gonna
So
be
it's a
doing that.
self-evaluation. You're not evaluating anyone else, and no one else is evaluating you. But the last item here is just, I wanted to mention that we did a survey of county employees regarding topics that they would like education on. We had 95 people return the survey during the 4 days that it was open, or 94 people, something like that.
That's a lot.
So yeah, we got some good feedback, and we're looking at utilizing that feedback in the development of not only our pre-retirement seminar that will be occurring in September in person, but also development of some educational programs to do via webinar or other topics for educational videos. So there's also the June legislative report attached for your reference. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
The June legislative report was long. That was a comment, not a question.
I will concur. How's that?
Are there, is there any discussion or any questions on the administrative report? Item 6. Jeff, any comments on the legislature update? No, nothing? Nothing looked like it was close to us, so thank you. That will move us to item 7, general board discussion. For once, I have none.
Oh, yeah, we hadn't been asking for public comment lately.
I didn't think anybody was on there anymore.
Okay,
There's one listener, they're not asking.
okay. It sounds like you have some.
Well, I attended the Sackers conference in May, and it was very good. Robert went to endorse, and appreciated that. I have lots of extensive notes that I turned in. And I also attended a CalPERS meeting the other day, a webinar, and it was a Stanford professor who was just focused on long-term investing and defined benefit programs, and it was interesting to hear that big picture of what we're doing.
Yeah.
And I have some notes on it if anyone wants to see them, but I don't have them with me right now. But it was just really good. Kind of the gist I took away was that we as boards should be looking at the asset allocation and not so much at looking at the manager selection.
Yeah.
Because we don't know, and we can get the dog and pony show, and it just comes.
Well, your strategic asset allocation decision drives really the expected return of your portfolio. How much is in equities, how much is in fixed income, et cetera. So that is the primary focus, and Callan will be providing the asset liability study. We've pushed it out to March, I believe, so we could do some additional educational topics before they come back with that. But part of that process, which is also done every 3 years, gives sample model portfolios that the board can choose from in selection of the asset allocation. How much goes into equities, how much goes into fixed income, and they give several different options that they think might be appropriate based on the board's risk tolerance and the goals and objectives that they expect the board to want to accomplish. So we will be bringing that forward in March.
Okay.
Any other general board discussion items? Seeing none, that will move us into item 8, closed session. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go into closed session, okay?
Question now is about the 2 items there.
Oh, okay, yes, we have the service-connected disability application of Jack Wan, supervising deputy probation officer, and then we have the public employee performance evaluation executive director, pursuant to government code section 54957. All right, 5 minutes. 12:25.
What a bad day to have the AC go down. What the heck? We did call the guy, right?
It would be for folks who
Oh,
are
yeah.
retired
Get the air conditioning working right now.
2002 and earlier.
Oh, really? That's what that was?
So it has all the power vested
Okay,
in
so
me
that's in my
to.
gas, okay? Because that's when the formulas change, and they've really
As
suffered.
Scott has this written.
Can't they be satisfied with Pepsi?
Uh-oh.
We are doing a report out, right?
Yeah.
My cheat sheet.
I just thought the door closed again. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, the board met in closed session on 2 items. The first one was the disability retirement application of Jack Wan, and the board voted unanimously to grant the application, and trustee Lekowicz abstained. On the second item, performance evaluation of the executive director, no final action was taken. The board met and discussed it without the presence of the executive director at this time.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. That moves us to item 10, adjournment and notice of next Board of Retirement meeting. The next Board of Retirement meeting will be held in the Board of Retirement Conference Room, 625B Kings Court, Ukiah, California, on Wednesday, July 15th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a wrap.
Everybody go home.
Absolutely.
I'm going to make it.